Why are you so addictive? What is it that people, or men, or women, find so addictive about you? Today we're going to be finding out. Hi, my name is Diana, Psychic Intuitive here at the Magical Mermaids Tarot Channel. And before you are 4 piles to choose from. Pile 1 is from the Cozy Witch Tarot deck, and the associated object is the common frog shell. Pile 2 is from the Tarot de la Nuit, and the associated object is the St. James Scallop. Pile 3 is from the Vanessa Tarot, and the associated object is the Van Hynen's Cockle. And pile 4 is from the Modern Goddess Tarot, and the associated object is from the Angaria Delphinula. Please make your choice based on the tarot card backing or object that you feel the most attracted to. If you're still undecided or would like to choose an additional pile, then let me add your zodiac signs. Be right back. The sun or rising sign associated with pile 1 is Pisces, Taurus, and Scorpio. The sun or rising signs associated with pile 2 is Sagittarius, Libra, and Gemini. The sun or rising signs associated with pile 3 are Leo, Capricorn, and Aries. The sun or rising signs associated with pile 4 are Cancer, Virgo, and Aquarius. Take your time, make your choice or choices. Feel free to pause the video if you have to, and I will see you at your reading or readings. Welcome to your reading, pile 1. So, what is so addictive about you? What do they find addictive about you, pile 1? We're going to be finding that out today. Let's set your number over to the side. You chose the common frog shell or Bursa Rana. That is the scientific name. Beautiful. Okay. Or you may or may not have chosen Pisces, Taurus, or Scorpio. Great. Okay, so let me do a vibe check here on you, pile 1. So pile 1, what is so addictive about you is your down-to-earth qualities. Okay? You may be on the quiet side, and, though you don't maybe have a lot to say at times, you focus your energies on being practically useful. So, for instance, you might be that friend that shows up at an event or shows up to come hang out with friends. You don't have as much to say as the others, but you are very useful to have around. You focus on neatening the place, setting things up, making sure everyone's taken care of. You focus on the practical details. You remind everyone that, when the movie is starting, or, you're just a charm to have around, pile 1. I'm also getting that this practical acumen of yours lends itself to your ability to create material success for yourself. Something that's very addictive about you is that you seem to have your stuff together. You don't have to be a millionaire to qualify for what I'm saying here, pile 1. But you do seem to have your stuff together. You are either adequately supplied, or you show up with your, stuff, or if everyone's required to bring something, you always bring something, or you end up handling it for people, or even if you don't have anything, you come in and you use your wherewithal and your savviness to create plenty for yourself and others. So you're very like ingenious when it comes to making do, is what I'm getting. This is why you are so addictive. You're also very addictive, Pile 1, because whatever you touch flourishes. Okay? People view you this way. This is how you are viewed, Pile 1. Whether or not you think so, people feel that what you touch flowers, what you touch germinates, what you touch grows. You are addictive because of your ability to connect to nature and remain grounded in nature. Okay? You have a very solid, stable feel about you that people find very irresistible. You make people feel safe and at ease because you don't come across flighty or like you're just going to be here today, gone tomorrow, and we don't know if you'll be here tomorrow or whatever. You just, I'm getting salt of the earth. You've got a really nice, reliable vibe. Like, people don't have to worry about you, that you're going to bail on them or you're going to get distracted and be gone, poof, or they'll lose you to the next eye-catching or flashy thing. There's just a certainty about you, Pile 1, a simplicity that is so valuable and is such a treat to be around, such a joy to be around, Pile 1. That's the word I want to say, a joy. And this is why you are so addictive. You bring life with, okay. I also get the feeling, Pile 1, that you're friendly. You're the friendly sort. You're not the type to show up with an attitude, ready to cut people down before you even hear what they have to say or learn about who they are. You put out friendliness first. And even if you are not very talkative, you just have good, pleasing, welcoming, I'm getting like civil vibes about you, Pile 1. Okay? You're not the one to show up and start doing a bunch of drama or start like, acting jealous or petty out of the blue. You're not moody. You're stable emotionally too. That's what I'm getting. Or perhaps if you used to be more emotionally unstable or kind of, if there were ups and downs, then you're getting better about regulating and stabilizing your persona, your mood, your emotions, your character. And people are finding this very addictive about you at this time. They like this version of you. Okay, Pile 1. I feel like you're so grounded, Pile 1. You're in touch with, you've got your thumb on the pulse, right? As they say, your finger on the pulse. And you might have a green thumb too. That's possible. You're good with plants. And I'm just getting like, there's a certain earth magic quality to you, Pile 1, where it's not this like highfalutin fancy magic with crystals and spells and fancy words. Or maybe it is that way for you. It is possible. It's like you put your hands to the earth, you feel the earth, and you can find a lost item or something, just manifest a lost item and just kind of moving about in the space. You're like, oh, what's this? And people are like, where'd you find that? I've been looking for that for months. And you're like, I was just, doing my thing, feeling into the space, relaxing. And I found it. And so you're able to sort of pull out of the earth. You have a sort of earth magic, things that are needed, things that are useful, okay, things that are valuable. People are addicted. You're very addictive, Pile 1, because of your ability to manifest physical and material products. That's what I'm getting too. You may be wealthy or well off, or just very successful, or have the ability. Might not just be about money, Pile 1. You might have the ability to get the things you want. Like, for instance, you might not have this huge income, but if you needed a car, you really needed one, you could get one. Okay? Where others are like, oh my gosh, how did you do that? I had to save for 10 years before I was even put a down payment down and get a car. How did you do this? And you're like, well, I just thought about it and I wanted it. I just went about my business. I just got in touch with the people I know. I felt into my network and I let people know what was on my mind. And, before I knew it, someone was saying something to me about how they have a friend of theirs who is moving out of the country, and they were selling their car for really cheap, and they just needed it gone. And so I got this car for really cheap, or actually I was able to get it for free at this time. And they're saying, just pay me whenever, and you just have this ability, Pile 1, to manifest practical goodness, So, and then when you show up, you have this car. Now your friends are can rely on you to give them a ride, or you can show up and go do an errand for someone real quick. And they're like, wow, Pile 1, you're so useful. What a blessing. You're so I can rely on Pile 1, So you're very addictive because of your ability to succeed, to manifest, to thrive, and to benefit from your connections, okay, both natural, in the natural world, in society, you name it. Okay, Pile 1, I also feel like you're addictive because in some ways you are picky. I feel like you're not for everyone, Pile 1, especially when it comes to the love realm. I feel like when it comes to relationships, there are maybe people you've dated who thought, oh yeah, because of how down to earth and humble and practical you seem, they thought, oh yeah, Pile 1 will accept me. Pile 1 will make do with anything. I'm sure Pile 1 will make do with me. And they are shocked to discover that you're not going for anyone or anything. Okay, so you are not about getting with the wrong partners, Pile 1. Okay, so what I'm getting is that you're addictive because you are very discerning. You're discerning and, kind of picky. Okay, you don't go for everything. And so people have noticed that your picker, or your ability to choose, is very on point. So even if you have a situation in your life, Pile 1, where you're with a partner, or you've been maybe dating duds, or something like this, and you're like, I don't know about my dating life. Well, guess what? They're cast-offs, right? You didn't stick with those guys, or you didn't stick with those people. Okay? And that shows your ability to discern. You tried it, you looked at it, you evaluated it, and you thought, I'm good. I'm good here. I'm good. Goodbye. Or later, sayonara, right? And I feel that you are good at discarding that which does not serve, your vibe, your energy. Okay? Interesting. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to your tarot card. Why are you so addictive, Pile 1? It says here, you're a good luck charm. Number 10, this is the Wheel of Fortune. If nothing seems to be going your way, cast a spell. It's funny, I said you don't need fancy spells, but then I mentioned something about earth magic. Pile 1, you're very magical. You may or may not realize this. It may be a conscious thing for you. It may not be a conscious thing for you. But people feel that you are like a good luck charm or something like that. Remember I said something about how you might walk into a room, you hang out with friends, and you go into a friend's house and you're just feeling around and just doing your thing, and you find some object and you're like, oh, what's this? And they're like, oh, where is that? Where did you find that? I've been looking for that thing for months or weeks or whatever. And you are people's good luck charm, Pile 1. They find you addictive because of your ability to manifest what is needed, to be able to sort of magic solutions into place. Magic is natural to your being, Pile 1. You're a magical creature. Okay, you're an earth witch. You're an earth magic witch. Okay, and I'm not saying witch. You kind of have to think bigger than the Christian traditional Christian. Oh, we don't do witches. Not like that. I'm talking about an earth witch. Okay, someone who's born with the innate gifts granted by the universe or God. It just comes natural for you, Pile 1, to magic solutions or find solutions to things. And so this doesn't just pertain to you in your life, Pile 1. It also pertains to your circle and the people that you're hanging out with. Okay, the people you're hanging out with benefit from this vibe in you as well. This is part of why you're so addictive, Pile 1. take a look at your next tarot card. We have the King of Cups. Always compose yourself before giving a response. Pile 1. You are addictive because people feel at peace around you. You know, birds are very flighty. Okay, birds do not stick around for nobody. Okay, they're paranoid, suspicious the moment they show up. If they notice a person's there, they leave. They don't hang around. They're just they have to be very cautious. They don't want to be trapped, caught, eaten. And it's just a survival instinct. But I see that in this image here that's presenting for you in your reading, pile 1, the bird is on the windowsill, sitting calmly and watching what you're doing. They have this complete faith somehow. This bird has this complete faith that everything's going to be fine around you. You don't give off like a scatterbrained vibe, like, I can't trust you. I don't know what you're going to do next. I don't know, how you're going to be. You just have this stable, calm vibe. And you are very composed. You're very composed, pile 1, especially emotionally. And if you ever get discombobulated, you turn to you or anyone else in your circle, by the way. If someone seems emotionally disturbed or discombobulated, you're the type to maybe have a list of 10 things in your mind, go-to things for calming yourself down or calming other people down. Like, you might make tea. You might be like, let me just make you a cup of tea. This will help soothe you and calm you down. And perhaps even this activity of making the tea will calm you down. And then serving the tea to the person they're drinking, it's calming them down. You indulge in calming activities and this is like the bedrock of functional and thriving society, is having these tools, having these activities that keep things calm and stable. Okay. So you have a calming, stabilizing energy, pile 1. This is why you're so addictive. People feel safe around you. People don't want to run away, and they feel like, they want your good luck to rub off on them. They're like, oh, I want to be around pile 1. Pile 1's always manifesting this, manifesting that. Things are calm around them, and I also feel like, how there's some people, you go hang out with them, and we've all been here, okay, guys, where it feels like something's bad is always happening to them. Oh, I was in a car accident this week, and oh my God, I got into a fight with my coworker. Next day, and then the next day there was a fire, and then the next day there was this, and then, it's just always something. But with you, people don't get that vibe. It's the opposite, pile 1. Okay, by and large, I'm not saying this never happens to you, because we all have those retrogrades, we all have those off days. Okay, but you, by and large, have a calm, stable existence in life, and you intentionally cultivate these energies. And so this also magnetizes to you good luck, good fortune. All right. So that's why you are so addictive. Let's take a look at your next tarot card. We have the 10 of Pentacles. Having it all looks different to everyone. I told you, pile 1, it's not just about money. People gravitate around you whether or not you want them. Whether or not you want them to. People are addicted to your presence. That's what I'm getting. People are addicted to your presence. People want to come sit around you, settle around you, and take a breather around you. See that with the bird and the cats. You might be a cat lady or a cat person, pile 1. And you just find cats to be very calming. You like their nature. You know how to be around cats, and cats love your vibe. Okay, if you have cats, pile 1, your cats love you. If you have pets, just pets in general, your pets love you, pile 1. So for you, this practical stability, because here we're getting the Pentacles again. This represents Earth. Okay, you have your emotions. We've got good fortune, circles around you, pile 1. This is part of why you're so addictive. There is this idea that it doesn't need to be a bunch of coins. It can be a bunch of cats, right? It can be a bunch of friends. It could be a bunch of really well made meals or something. There's something, it feels like you get your contentment and your sense of security from something very unique. It doesn't have to be money. It could be money though. Because I feel like the underpinning of having a nice place to stay here and have cats around you is, you know, the house is paid for or rented and someone's paying for it, right? Either someone you know through your connections, like we talked about earlier, or it could be a family house that you've inherited, or it could be that you've just done really well. Maybe you inherited this house, or you know, you worked a job and you saved your money sensibly and found and lucked out, quote unquote, and found a really good deal and bought a house at a very young age. I don't know what it is, pile one, but there's a sense of affluence and stability around you, okay? That things culminate with you. Things build up. Things accrue with you, pile one, okay? I would say that you don't waste money. You know, when money comes to you, it's not all spent before the end of the day. You try to hold on to some of it, and it's not a big effort for you. You just cultivate contentedness, pile one. So this saving money and all that, it's not necessarily an effort. It's just a byproduct. It's just a side effect of your way of life, of your mindset. And people feel very safe around you because they know that you sit on things, okay? You're not a flighty, impulsive person. Maybe you have your moments, but by and large, you're not a flighty, impulsive person. You're stable. You are content, and you stick around, and your presence is comforting. Your presence feels safe to others. This is why you are addictive, pile one. Okay, we got the 5 of Pentacles. It says here, safe haven. Oh my gosh, pile one. The message is coming in very strongly for you on this one. You're a safe haven, pile one. You are a safe haven, okay? And I get the feeling people don't want to abuse it around you. They don't want to abuse it, but they show up at your door. People knock. People come to you, perhaps to confide in you. Maybe if they're having a hard day and they just want to hear your carefully chosen, reassuring words that you tend to, you know, dish out to others when they inquire or talk to you. And they're just like, they just listen to your words and they're like, oh, thank you, pile one, thank you. And you literally, I mean, you could be like a therapist, pile one. You could be a counselor. Perhaps this comes naturally to you and you don't even realize it, but your beingness, what you choose to cultivate, who you are, is very reassuring to others. I feel like you might also be very generous, pile one. Perhaps you've helped out a homeless person or two, or someone who's lacking funds and says, hey, I'd like a little something. And I get the feeling you're not a loan shark, pile one. You're the type that if you can spare it, you're like, no, just take it. You know, you're not holding it over their heads. Give me my money back. It's like, just take it. Don't worry about it. If you can give it back, give it back. If you can't, don't worry about it. It's what you need. But I get the feeling people don't want to abuse it because of how freely you give. It's just too much. Pile one, I feel like people are like, well, I mean, pile one doesn't even require that I pay them back. So I'm not going to go over there 10 times this month. That wouldn't be right, you know? So, you know, people respect your energy, pile one. All right. You're very addictive because you're a safe place for people to come to. You lend an ear. Even your presence, just sitting around you, feels comforting and safe and quiet. There's not going to be, they know there's not going to be any drama. They know that you're not going to put them through the Inquisition. You're not going to stress them out. You are going to just be a place of respite and safety. And it's like they know that if they ever feel like they ever want to tell you anything, you'll be there to listen, but you're not going to pressure. You're just going to focus on cultivating this Zen vibe that you got going on, pile one. This is why you are so addictive. We have the Ace of Cups. Pile one, why do I get the vibe like you? Like you might be like a tea drinker or like a beverage drinker. Like you might make elixirs or potions or you might serve them up to others, or it could be even like concoctions or something. Like you might put something together. Maybe it's a drink, maybe it's a poultice. I don't know what it is, but it feels like you might be a chef, you might be a cook, you might like to put things together. You know, I'm getting those words, food for the soul, or cooking for the soul, right? You do that soul cooking, pile one, where you put things together that you know are good for someone's spirit, okay? So you have like spirit-led cooking, or you make these beverages that help soothe and heal others. And this is how you show others love. This is how you show yourself love, pile one, okay? And I'm like you in a way. Like, I don't know if this is my pile or not yet. because I haven't sat and chosen. I like to give it a little bit of space and then come back around and watch these readings and then pick based on sometimes my zodiac sign, but sometimes I choose my zodiac sign, of course, but sometimes I also watch based on just my vibe. And so I don't know, it kind of feels like it might be my power a little bit, I don't know, but like I am feeling called to explore these like herbal drinks and teas and things, because they have so many healing properties. You know, it could be even broth, you know, and that's what I'm getting for you, Pile 1, that it could be broth even, you know, soups, teas, elixirs, you know, potions. And this is how it's like you offer this to others. Okay, you offer love to others too. I get very loving energies from you, Pile 1. You're a very loving person, very giving, and this is part of why you are so addictive. Okay, let's move on to your next tarot card. We have the 3 of Swords. I feel like you're also very open to community too. You're very open to community. Community gathers around you, or you show up at spots where others in the community are gathered, and you show your love to these people, or maybe it's an organization you're a part of. With the 3 of Swords, I feel that people view you as a shoulder to cry on, Pile 1. They view you as a shoulder to cry on. Ouch, shit. That hurts. I feel like you are... Remember I said you have these tools, okay? So you may be well read when it comes to tending to matters of the heart and helping people heal from traumas, maybe even your own. You had a lot of experience with this, and so therefore it's like you're a walking encyclopedia of wisdoms and isms and knowledge and techniques, tools, thoughts that help heal pains of like betrayal, heartbreak, suffering of some type, or grief. And it's like you create a safe place for people to cry, Pile 1. I feel like you've probably experienced it where people around you were okay with crying. They were okay with pouring their heart out in their grief and letting you see their pain, because they can trust you to know what to say. They just can intuitively feel that you know what to say, that you're the right one to open up to shed those tears around. Because maybe you'll have the words of wisdom that will help them, or just be a good listener, a healing presence. You are healing for the soul, Pile 1. This is why you are so addictive. You're also very loved, and you weather times of difficulty and lack very well, Pile 1. You make do, and you're able to, you know, I feel like, you know, part of how you weather some of these lean times or dark times or painful times is you turn to simple pleasures. You remind people of the power of this. You make a tea, or you'll take a few herbs and put something together, and it's so savory and simple, but yet so healing and thoughtful and kind. It's like, what more do you need, you know? And a calming, soothing presence. You might do this for a living, Pile 1. You may, I'm getting a library, so, you know, I'm just getting like, you know, when you go to the library and things are very quiet and serene, and it's just a very calming, soothing environment where you can read in peace and quiet. It's like you're like this, Pile 1. You're like this. This is why people find you so addictive. Is your soul is like a temple. Your presence is like the library. And your behavior patterns, your wisdom, are centered around healing, loving, and being a calming presence, and being a source of, this is how you are a source of good fortune to yourself and others. Beautiful, Pile 1, beautiful. Let's take a look now at your oracle cards. We have Boss Up. Boss Up. Ooh. I love this energy for you, Pile 1. So, Pile 1, people find you addictive because you take charge of your life. Okay? You take charge of your life. I would say, you know, when I talked about good fortune earlier, and, you know, it doesn't just fall into your lap, Pile 1. It's because of the energies you choose to cultivate. So you may be very highly ordered as a result. You know, I talked about being very practical and in touch with things, in touch with the details. You're not, you know, stuck in your head and forgetting things and all that, you know, and flights of fancy and, oh wait, what time is it now? You know, like, it's not quite like that. You're in touch with the moment. You're in the moment, so you are aware of what time it is. Or you're just aware, Pile 1, okay? You're not walking around daydreaming or sleeping. And as a result, you take charge of your life. You pay attention to the details. And you are aware of certain dates that are coming up. You show up on time. You're responsible. You're reliable. And this is why people are addicted to you. I'm getting like salt of the earth. You know, if there's a group of people in an office, you're the one who's going to turn up every time. Every time, Pile 1. Okay? You're not going to be the one who's late. If you're late, it's rare. By and large, it's like I'm getting these loyal, faithful vibes. You're faithful. You're devoted, Pile 1. Okay? You show up. You can be trusted to... this is a good fortune that you bring to others, is that you can be relied upon to show up when you say you'll be there. And so this is your track record. And this is your reputation. I'm getting like old faithful. I keep hearing that, you know, like, you know, in Yosemite, the geyser, you know, Old Faithful. Is that the national park? Hold on, let me look that up. Oh, I was wrong. Old Faithful is a geyser and it's located in Yellowstone National Park, not Yosemite. It erupts every 60 to 110 minutes. Okay? It never misses. It's very predictable and, you know, reliable in that way. So people feel they can rely on you, like Old Faithful Pile 1, okay, that to show up or be there or be a constant, okay, and a part of the equation. We've got unveil, number 4. Oh, look, we got unveil and we got some curtains here that are being pulled apart. They've been pulled apart to unveil the outside. You can look out the window. Oh, yeah, curtains open up, look out the window. Curtains open up, you're looking out the window, the bird's looking in. Pile 1, people feel that you open up, you let the sun shine in, and you're willing to let others look into your soul. You're not always hiding things. You know, like I said, you know, the pain that you have encountered, you learn from it, how to deal with it. And you maybe share these tools with others, perhaps by sharing your own story with others and letting people know that, hey, I've been hurt too. Here's how I dealt with it. And so you unveil your soul to others, and people find this very addictive. They feel that you're not playing games, you're not calculated, in some ways you're an open book, Pile 1. In some ways you're an open book. I know we have a closed book there, but you're holding it against your heart because you've learned some things about how to deal with life's pains and troubles. And so you hold that knowledge close to your heart. But people feel that you are not the depressive type. You don't walk around holding on to angst, depression, all this. They feel that even if you are going through a dark time of your life, you are the type to take your time and maybe create a routine for yourself and open up your windows and look out and get some sunshine into the room. Even if you're having a difficult time, maybe you lost your job, or you lost someone, or you are not feeling well. If someone comes to your home, they find that you know your windows are open. You try to go through these routines that bring sunshine and sunlight into your life. And I feel that this is the effect you have on others. This is part of why you're addictive, Pile 1, is you don't allow people to wallow in the dark, to be stuck in dark places. You either reach out a helping hand and you either reach out a helping hand and invite people in, or you show people by example how to live your life when there's dark times around. Okay, you have a lot of wisdom to share there, just by virtue of your your routines, your choices, people watching what you do and saying, wow, so pile 2 is making a special herbal tea. Oh, and pile 2 is opening the window, letting the sunshine in, that vitamin D that's going to lift her out of, or him out of depression. So you are very addictive because you let the sunshine in. Let the sunshine in. You let the sunshine in, pile 1. And you have this effect on people's lives. If they come to you and they're in a cloud or a funk, you open up the curtains for them. And you say, it's okay, look, let's let the light in. Let's talk about it. Or look outside. Look how beautiful it is. Look what the, universe, the good Lord has made. Okay. Next we have Rebel. Pile 1, people feel that you do not accept the status quo. And it feels like the status quo these days is allowing the darkness to hang out, allowing the darkness to stay. And you challenge that. Pile 1, okay? You may be a bit of a freedom fighter, as in you fight for your freedom and the freedom of others by saying, yeah, I know you feel bad and I feel bad, but let's go out for a walk today. Let's go sit in the garden today. Okay? Let's go talk to other people or go hang out with other people today, even if we have nothing to say because we're in a funk or something bad has happened. Even if we don't have anything to say, let's go hang out with others. Let's make some tea even though we don't feel like it. You challenge the status quo of darkness, pile 1. Okay? The darkness that wants to swallow us and consume us all. You have habit patterns that go against that, and you reject spiritual systems that do not serve those inner needs, the need for light, right? The need for positivity. I think, a lot of times we as humans, we get stuck in thinking we deserve dark times, or we deserve to wallow in sadness and self-pity and in misery, okay? Or stay stuck in some situation that's clouding our light. And you are addictive, pile 1, because people have noticed that you go against that at every turn, pile 1. In a dark room, the windows go open. Someone's in the dark, you invite them in, you offer them a potion. Something dark has come into the heart, is hurting, and you go into the library and you go study up about it and figure out how to heal it. You learn about the darkness so that you can learn how to shine the light effectively on the darkness, so you can be free, so you can heal. You rebel against toxic and malignant or limiting patterns, okay? And this is why you are so addictive. You got courageous. Yeah, you're courageous, pile 1. Okay, it takes bravery to say, I feel like shit, and I'm gonna open this window. I need to, I'm gonna let people see me. I'm gonna go hang out with persons X, Y, and Z, even though I feel like complete crap. And some people want to run and hide. Some people don't want to show their face for weeks and months. It's a natural instinct to want to just bury your head under the sheets and never go out, never be seen again because something happened. But you are courageous, pile 1. You get out there. I'm also getting, pile 1, that you're willing to step outside of the comfort of your home and brave the cold and brave what's out there, instead of letting yourself stay at home all the time and always be, sometimes you do, but I feel like something about you reaches for the outside. Something about you reaches for, get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Okay? Something inside of you reaches for that. Regardless of how you're feeling on the inside, you step outside, you go for a walk. And people really are addicted to this in you. They may like seeing you outside. They may like the example that you show. Maybe you inspire others when they see you out there walking or doing things or being out there or being active. You remind them of how they should be. Okay? This is why you are addictive, pile 1. We got long hair. Long hair, don't care. Pile 1. You might be addictive because of your long hair. That's just, let's just be straight up. Okay, you may have long hair or wear long hair at times. It could be maybe there was a time you wore your hair long and someone became very addicted to you, and maybe then you cut it and it's like the spell was broken and they're like, oh, I was addicted to Pile 1's long haired look. So if you wear your hair long, Pile 1, or if you don't, you might want to consider going back to that, growing your hair out, because I can see long hair here as well. And look, long hair here too. Yeah, long hair, yeah. So Pile 1, if you have long hair, your long hair, some people find it very addictive. They like being around your long hair. They like seeing your long hair. They feel that it frames your face really well and makes you look really pretty. Yeah, you might take really good care of your hair. And even if your hair is not long, maybe it's medium length or short, perhaps you take really good care of your hair. You do deep conditioners, you put honey in it, you take good care of it, and it has this silky, like really healthy, well moisturized. If it's curls, it's very like juicy and moisturized, you know, and has health in it. Okay, healthy strands that people are so addicted to. They're addicted to the look of your healthy, straight or curly hair. Okay, people find your hair very addictive to look at, be around. It's a really good look for you. Okay, especially when you wear it out and you do something nice with it, or the way you typically wear it. I've seen that you may have curls or ringlets in your hair, or you may maybe use rollers on the ends of your hair to create like rollers on the ends, or curls or ringlets on the ends of your hair. Seen that here. People really like that look. They're addicted to seeing it on you. They're addicted to seeing you wear it. Oh, look, that long hair again. Okay, Pile 1, yeah, if you have long hair, people are addicted to it. People are addicted to seeing your hair long. Okay, it's very addictive. It's very hypnotic too. People are like, I love seeing that long hair on Pile 1. Looks so nice. Okay, and if you don't wear your hair long, you know, spirit guys will be trying to tell you, if you would like to be more attractive or pull in more attractive looks or eyes, or appreciation or admiration for your physical beauty, you might want to consider growing your hair long, or wearing extensions in your hair or something like this. You got Megan Thee Stallion, pride. You may take great pride in your hair and take very good care of it. I don't care if it's colored, I don't care if it's curly, I don't care if it's medium length. There's something about your hair, you take great pride in it and you take good care of it, and you know, it's very addictive for people to look at. They like looking at it. Pile 1, they like checking out your hair. Wow. Okay, so let's take a look at your next oracle card. We got a lot of cards coming up here for you, Pile 1. We'll try to move through this as quickly as we can. We are getting expectation. Expectation. Look, we got someone in their pajamas here. Then we got someone in their pajamas here as well, like a nightgown, right? And, you know, at home, in these comfy situations. This woman's in her backyard. She has a sword in her hand though, but she's got candles. This woman's inside of the house. She's looking at the windows. This woman's looking out of the windows. They got windows. Pile 1, you might stay at home a lot. You might stay at home a lot. Okay, you might be a homebody. People are addicted to you staying at home. They like that you stay at home, Pile 1. They like that you're a creature. The creature comforts that you create and provide, right? You may dress in a very down-to-earth way, and people are addicted to this. They're addicted to seeing you like this. They like it a lot. Again, we're getting that long hair. Someone may be at your home that sees you at home a lot, and they're addicted to seeing you at home, and they're addicted to the way you dress when you're at home. You may wear very comfortable clothes. I'm seeing a sweater. I'm seeing overalls. I'm seeing a shawl. I'm seeing pullovers and hoodies. I'm seeing nightgowns, okay, and house coats, okay. Yeah, someone's addicted to this quality you have of, you just exude comfortable. The word comfortable. Pile 1. People feel comfortable around you. You look comfortable. You wear things that make you comfortable. you're also very beautiful. So you have a beauty that's very comfortable, Pile 1, and people are really addicted to this in you. We have the Boar, bravery. You're brave, Pile 1. And I said it earlier, right? Courageous, right? You see, bravery coming up twice. So and I'm getting also with rebel, you're willing to push past perhaps prompters or natural limitations, right, that want to keep you trapped, like comfortable little lies we tell ourselves, like, oh, just stay inside, don't bother with out there, it's just not even worth it. You're able to snap out of it. You snap yourself out of that, Pile 1, and you tell yourself, no. Logically, I may be feeling like I want to stay inside for days and days on end and never go out there, but logically, I know that vitamin D comes from the sun and that I need to go out there and breathe some fresh air and go for walks. I need to get my inner beast, right? You are in control of your inner beast, Pile 1. Okay? You are far from, untamed. You're very tame, Pile 1. You've tamed yourself. You don't allow yourself to wallow in behavior patterns that are unhealthy, or behavior patterns that hold you back, or behavior patterns that prevent you from being emotionally balanced. Okay? You get out there in that sunlight. I keep seeing it, You open the doors, you open the window, you step outside, you go for walks, you sit in your backyard. You get out there because you know it's good for you. This is why you are so addictive, Pile 1. Someone likes that you push and you get out there and you go for walks and you leave the comfort of your home. You may have a pet that you take for a walk. And you're very brave, Pile 1. You may also like to go on long treks by yourself to lots of places. You just get out there, Pile 1. You're not afraid. You're not intimidated by the outside world. This is part of why, people find you addictive, is because you go out there and you engage the world. Okay? You don't stay inside all the time. And also, this is symbolic of how you treat yourself and how you treat others, right? We got Lemire, loneliness. You see? Pile 1. You don't allow yourself to wallow in loneliness. You don't. You seek out others. I keep saying it. You seek others out and you go hang out with your friends, even if you're all feeling down or dour or melancholy or sad or depressed. You can see that with the heads hanging low, with the ghost sheets, like, oh, you get out there anyway. Whether it's sunlight, whether it's evening time, you get out there anyway. And you go to these things. You may even find yourself going through motions just to get out there and connect with others, because you know in your heart that it is better that way. Okay? You do not settle for, I'm just going to stop doing, moving, trying. You don't settle for that, Pile 1, and this is why you are so addictive. Next, we're getting number 44, Oshun of the Dusk. Cycles, transition, and closure. So, Pile 1, what I'm getting for you here is that part of why you are so addictive, Pile 1, is that you are brave. You're brave, okay? You're brave, you're confident too. And it's like you're like, how some people, and it's normal to react like this, but if they're having a bad day or a bad hair day, or they're having some type of skin condition, or they're having whatever, or they don't feel like they have the right clothes, they just won't go outside, they just won't go out. You're not like that, Pile 1. You say, okay, well, I need to get out there. I have a right to be out there. I'm going to go out there, and how I am is what there is, what is the reality of it, right? You accept yourself as part of reality, Pile 1. You accept yourself as part of how reality is. And so therefore, you get yourself together, you do whatever you can, and you head out into the world, and you're like, here world, here I am. And you don't have to be talking to people. It's just your presence. You being there, you getting out, is a sign not only to you, but to others. Hey, we all deserve to be out here. If I can be out here, you can be out here too. It's okay. So you may not be meaning to do this, or maybe you are, because I got rebel. Okay, you rebel against this idea that we should all be stuck somewhere, because oh, this excuse and that excuse. You rebel against that. Okay? I feel like you may have been raised this way, or maybe it's just your internal compass telling you this, but you show up. You show up, Pile 1. You don't let excuses get in the way. You know, remember I said you're like old faithful. That kept popping into my head. You show up. If you do a daily walk, you show up. If you have to wear a do-rag on your head just because your hair isn't looking right, you show up. Okay? If you feel like maybe you kind of been overindulged, you gained about 15 pounds, you show up. You show up, Pile 1. This is why you're so addictive. People love to see you show up because you help shore others up, Pile 1. People feel shored up by your presence. You are healing. You heal with your participation. You heal with your presence. We got hummingbird. You do everything with precision and consideration. Beautiful. Beautiful energy, Pile 1. Okay? Beautiful energy. What I'm getting for you, Pile 1, is that you're very targeted. You're very direct. Okay? I feel like you hone in on certain things and you say, okay, this is the thing I'm going to work on. I feel like you understand that in order to be whole, in order to be right in this world, in order to be balanced, it doesn't mean you have to have taken care of everything. You have to have done everything perfectly. In fact, I feel like your philosophy might be, I just find that one or two things that I do very well. I do it well, and then I head out the door. Or I do it well and then I turn it in. Or I do this well and I say, hello world, here I come. This is me. Okay? And you understand the importance of that. This is why you are so addictive. Is you're on point. You narrow in, you pay attention to details, you narrow in on something and you get that goal. Okay? And you hit that goal. And this is why you're so addictive. This is why people like you, want you, crave you. Next, we are getting, look at these stiletto nails. Artistic nails, details matter, find beauty in the tiniest aspects of life. What did I say? You pay attention to the details, Pile 1. Right? You're honing in on the details. You got the hummingbird honing in on a certain point. And we even have you got the sharp beak of the hummingbird. We got the sharp stiletto nails. Not that you wear stiletto nails. Maybe you have really nice nails. Pile 1, you might get your nails done. And there are people who find this addictive about you. They love coming to check out your nails. They're curious to see how your nails look. Or when you flash your hands, people are like, oh my gosh, I love the way your nails look. You may not even get your nails done. You may just take good care of your fingers or your nails at home. You don't even have to get it professionally done. There's just something about the way you care for your hands and your nails that people find very addictive about you. Right? Okay? You take care of yourself. Remember I said this, there's a few things you take really good care of. It could be your hair. It could be your nails. It could be, and then everything else is kind of casual. But you got like a couple of things you do really well. And you do it very well every time. And it makes you feel good. And you're fine. It could be making these herbal drinks or teas. Or elixirs. Okay? You may be very artistic, Pile 1. You may do artwork of some type, maybe on your own nails. Maybe you're doing your own nails, and this is how you express yourself artistically, and people are really addicted to you because of this. You find beauty in the tiniest details, Pile 1. And people have noticed this about you. It could be like a tattoo that you do. You do cute little tattoos, and people are like, oh, that's so pretty. Or it could be just a little details in your hair that you do. Or your nails, or maybe you do the wingtip eyeliner and you make sure that's done every time you leave the house. You don't have to do a whole full face of makeup, but there's just something you do. And it's these little things that people find so addictive about you. Okay? Yeah, so you just have these few things that you focus on that you use to sort of emphasize your beauty or find ways to express yourself. And that is what people find addictive about you, is that you stay on point about these 1, 2, or 3 chosen few things that you do. And they're addicted to you because of this, of your steadiness, your stability with it. Okay. Next, we're getting the highwayman. I'm determined and I will keep trying. Yeah, like I said, pile 1, you don't give up. You're very stable. If upset or heartbreak comes your way, you pony up. You're strong. You have great pride in yourself, and you take great pride in your appearance when it comes to a few things. I feel like you do really well with your nails too. You might get your nails done regularly, or you just do your own nails, and you put paint on your nails. It could be as simple as just filing your nails and making sure that your nails look cute. There's just some things you take care of on yourself that add to your quality. Here we're seeing the long hair again. I'm getting that if you wear long hair, pile 1, this is why you are so addictive. People love seeing this long hair on you. Even if it's natural hair, your natural hair, or if it's extensions or whatever it is, people love this look on you, pile 1. Pile 1, I feel like you are very good at making people. So you are addictive, pile 1, because you are not intimidated. You're firm. And I feel like you demand certain things from life. You insist on certain things from life. And it could be that you insist on having light in your life. You insist on going outside. You insist on keeping your emotions calm. You insist on paying attention to certain details. You demand these things from yourself, and you demand these things from others too. That's what I'm getting, pile 1. So this is why people find you so addictive, is that you demand the same thing from others that you provide yourself. So for instance, for example, I could see you being part of a walking group, and there are days you don't feel like doing it, and maybe you guys go walking Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and but you always unfailingly show up, even when you feel like crap. Even if you are having some type of pain in your lower back, you just pop those pain pills and you get out there. Or if something else comes up, you cancel that thing so that you make sure you show up, because that thing is very important to your health and important to the health of your friends. So you never give up, and you expect the same of others, actually, pile 1. This is why people find you so addictive, is that you show up, you turn up, you're reliable, you're committed to connecting with others, you're committed to hanging out and supporting your friend group or the family, or outings and things like that, and you demand that of others. Okay, you don't let others slide when it comes to the standards that you uphold, because you feel like this is important to the fabric of society, your family, the happiness of yourself and others, and the thriving of the world. Okay, wow, beautiful, pile 1. Next we have renewal, the worm. The early bird catches the worm. That's what I'm hearing. So pile 1, I feel like you get up nice and early. You might be an early riser. You might get up early. Okay, you might like to get up early and go for a walk, or you might like to meet the day. Okay, get your coffee, get your tea, get your drink, and meet the day. Okay, so you might not be the type to sleep in, or maybe you occasionally sleep in, but you like to rise to the occasion. Okay, and I feel like you have a very good ethic, because you understand that it's like ingrained in your bones, pile 1, that if you get up, you get out there, and you show up at the times that people are saying you should show up. If you meet up with these requirements and demands from others, then you will be rewarded, pile 1. Okay, pile 1, people find you addictive because you get the worm every time. You get the worm every time, and you're like ever renewing. I'm getting like a people find you addictive also maybe because of, and I'm thinking like sexual relationships. If you're in relationships with others and you are intimate with someone or others, people find you addictive. Those people find you addictive because you are. It could be people find you addicted because you're heterosexual, or people find you addicted because you love sex. Okay, and you're not put off by sex. You are fully engaging with it. This is just for some of you, okay? Take it if it resonates and leave the rest for others, okay? Men may find you addictive because you are friendly with the activity, if you know what I'm saying, and you're not put off by it. In fact, you draw near to it. You don't nickel and dime it. You're not like, okay, we've had this intimacy, now you need to give me this. You're very open, and you are very you're not, what's the word I'm looking for? You're not prudish, Pa One. Okay? You're not prudish at all when it comes to sexual intimacy or anything like that. Okay? And the member of the other sex, of the other genders, really appreciate this about you and find you very addictive because of this. You're not a prude. You're not intimidated by the sex acts. And this is part of why they find you addictive. Next, we're getting leap of faith. Pa One, you are so addictive because you're bold. You're bold. You're unafraid. Okay? You're unafraid. You're not easily intimidated. Okay? You are the one, like, I feel like out of your friend group, you might be the one to go bungee jumping. Okay, maybe you wouldn't, okay, but I'm just saying that it's that type of energy. You are the one who would be the first to take a leap in doing something very bold and audacious. Okay, you might be the one in the friend group to go be the first to go talk to someone or say something to somebody. Okay, the others will be more intimidated or shy or just not confrontational. I feel like you're okay with confronting lightning and thunder. So, and you just take the bull by the horns, Pa One. You do. And I feel like this is internal and spiritual too. It's symbolic. It's internal and spiritual. Yeah, you're not intimidated, Pa One. I feel like if someone's like angry or raging, or if there's some kind of intense situation, then you're the one to jump in there, Pa One. You're not scared of the lightning or the thunder. In fact, you dance. You dance in the lightning and the thunder. You live bold. You live large. And this is why you are so addictive. You're exciting. You're exciting. Because of the way you push yourself to try new experiences, to be unafraid. I feel like I'm getting like serpent energy, especially with the worm, and now we're seeing the lightning coming through the spine. You are a very bold spiritual warrior or priestess of some kind, and you are not afraid of powerful spiritual energies. You may be a channeler of that taith, snake, serpent energy, coming through the spine, and this is your element. Pile 1. Okay, this is why you're so addictive. It's like people can sense this sort of like witchy earth magic, or elemental witch type of vibe coming from you. I'm getting the sun, I'm getting the lightning, I'm getting the earth, with all the pentacles showing up in your tarot cards earlier. I'm seeing, the sun keeps popping up too. You open up to see the sunlight. You embrace the elements, Pile 1. You're not afraid of the elements, whether it's sexual energy, whether it's lightning, whether it's the sun, whether it's electricity, whether it's being outside in the cold, whether it's, being out there with animals. I see cats, I see birds. That's an element of nature. Herbs. You engage it all, Pile 1. This is why you are so addictive. We have Hygeia. Oh my gosh, we talked about the snake serpent energy. Look at that with the Kundalini. Look, she's handling a snake. We got the worm. And we have the lightning. So pile 1, you might be like a religious or metaphysical practitioner of some type. For just a few of yours, I'm just getting like this, the Appalachian holiness churches, like the snake handling preachers. I'm sure that most of you are not like this, but I'm just getting that vibe. Like, those snake handlers, but not the fake ones, like for real. Okay. Like you might be like a snake whisperer. But anyways, that's just an aside. Okay. For very few of you, if it resonates, take that. But it's just that I'm kind of seeing that coming through in the cards. I'm picking up on that energy. The snake represents Kundalini, which is, and I'm seeing it like with the worm and the snake here, and also here with the lightning. Okay. It's a coiled energy that lives at the base of your spine. Okay. Of the spine. And when it's awakened, okay, like I'm seeing here, it rises up the spine. Okay. And what this does is it calls you to shed that which is not serving your highest good. Okay, that's what it's symbolic of when this snake energy rises up your spine. That's one message coming through. And I feel like for most people, this snake energy lies dormant. Okay, the snake energy for most people lies dormant in their spines. And so they have not awakened or channeled this energy or raised it as of yet. Okay. But you may have been either advertently or inadvertently been doing this through your spiritual practices, your wellness routines. And it's a beautiful thing, pile 1. And this is, you having this type of energy flowing through you is part of what is so addictive about you. Pile 1. Okay, this is why you're so addictive, is because you're handling these energies beautifully well. This Kundalini, snake, serpent, taste energy, you're handling it beautifully well. Okay, next we're getting hummingbird, joy. Oh my gosh, look guys, hummingbird twice in a row. Okay, so what I'm getting, pile 1 with the hummingbird symbolizes joy. Okay, and healing too. Okay, also symbolizes drinking deeply of the sweet pleasures of life. And you are really good at this. Okay, I remember I said earlier that you are demanding. You demand of yourself and others to drink deeply of life. You go outside. You know, even if you have to go walking at night, you do it. Okay. You make sure you commune with others. You make sure you have all these tools to help you cope with life's energies, like difficulties, obstacles, hurdles, challenges, blocks, energy blocks. Okay. This Kundalini energy helps you get through that you've been doing, or these practices you've been engaging, help you break through energetic blocks in your life. And you're very good at this, Power One. Okay. You don't get stuck behind certain like inertia prone energies like others do. So if something bad happens to someone, say they have a breakup or they lose their job or just something unpleasant happens, some people sulk, change their routines, stop going out, stay inside. And of course, we all need our moments to mourn, grieve, but some people take it too far, I would say, and then becomes unhealthy. It becomes a choice at that point to remain in these dark, limiting, restrictive, inertia prone energies. And I feel that you have made the choice again and again, Power One, to not let this be your story. You're full of life. You drink deeply of life, Power One. You let nothing stop you from drinking deeply of life, including life's hurdles, obstacles, and pains. Okay? Beautiful energy, Power One. You are full of joy. You're a joyful person, Power One, and it's not fleeting with you. It's a lasting joy that permeates everything you do through your actions, your choices, your thoughts, your thought patterns. Wow. Kudos, pile 1. And lastly, we are getting number 32. Joyful moments. Look at that. Wow, you really are a joyful person, pile 1. Okay, this is why you're so addictive, is you channel joy. Okay, you allow safe passage of joy gets to come through you unhampered, unhindered by sulking, depression, toxic habit patterns of yourself or others. You don't allow these blockages to keep joy from coming through you. Okay, you're an excellent handler of happy, joyful energies, and this is why you are so addictive, pile 1. Wow, kudos. And that's what I'm seeing in the cards for you today as to why you're so addictive. If you've enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. If it resonated, give it a thumbs up. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you think in the comment section. I would love to chat with you. It's been a pleasure doing a reading for you today. Take good care of yourself, okay? And I'll catch up with you at the next one. Bye! Welcome to your reading, pile 2. So what is so addictive about you? Let's move your number over to the right. Oh, goodness. Your St. James Scallop is jumping today. Okay. So perhaps you're really full of energy? You're really full of energy, pile 2. Some might say like you come across like you're jumping the gun, but I feel like it's more like you're very enthusiastic. So people find this enthusiastic energy whenever you do bring that through. Maybe it's not there all the time, but whenever it comes through, people find your enthusiastic and, like hyped up energy, like hyping energy to be very addictive. Pile 2. Okay, so we have, you may or may not have chosen the Sagittarius, Libra, and Gemini. Okay, so let's do a little vibe reading here. Let me see what's going on. Why are you so addictive, right? What is addictive about you? So you're a hero, pile 2. You're a hero. You are excellent at channeling heroic energies. I feel like you may rescue people sometimes, maybe rescue their vibe or help out. Maybe you're like an unsung hero, or perhaps you are one of those people that it just comes naturally to you to reach out and help and support and pull others along, perhaps by hyping them, perhaps by cheering them along. You are a hero, pile 2. And this is something that people find to be very addictive about you. I also feel like you're on a hero's journey. And, I'm getting, Joseph Campbell, right? The Hero's Journey by Joseph Campbell. You're on the journey of a hero is kind of what I'm getting. Okay, pile 2. And, Joseph Campbell talks in his book about this. There is an archetypical story that man has been telling since time immemorial. And it is a story that is born out of our consciousness. It's actually the story in the tarot, especially when you look at the major arcana. And the progression is, there's a beginning, and then the hero is young and maybe happy or innocent, or maybe he has a conflicted childhood. I don't know. But the hero is born, and then the hero is challenged to leave a place of comfort, like the home or the land they're from, to go on a pilgrimage or go on a mission. And on this mission, they encounter challenges. There be dragons, or here's this monster that you'll have to slay before you accomplish your goal, right? And then the hero, after some challenges and goes through some personal transformations through these challenges, eventually overcomes this monster and wins the prize and brings home the prize. It's you can see this pattern in just about every story ever told by humanity. Okay. And it's the story of subconscious. It's what we're here to do. We're here to, as human beings, spiritual beings, we're here to learn, face challenges, and grow overcome these challenges and come back a hero. Okay, so I feel like you're on a hero's journey, pile 2, and it's like people know about this. They know there's something you're trying to accomplish in your life. You've undergone many trials, tribulations, hurdles, but you show this ineffable spirit. Your spirit just cannot be quenched, pile 2, and you are charging through. You're making hurdle after hurdle. You're overcoming challenge after challenge, getting closer and closer to your goal. And I feel like people are cheering you on too. And it's almost like people are aware of your story or can track your story somewhere. Maybe you share it on social media, or there's maybe you are on some type of mission that people are aware of. Maybe you're going to medical school, or maybe you are on an adoption journey. You want to adopt a child, and people, your friends and family in your close circle know about this, and there's been challenges, and yet you have continued to persevere. And I feel like, people find it addictive. They find you addictive. You are addictive because you face life head on, and you continue to persevere. And you continue to try. You're living out your hero's journey, and you will, accomplish this thing. And you've been showing a certain progression, and people are loving watching your story. They're loving watching your progression, and you are a joy to behold, pile 2, as you overcome these. As you go on your journey, and maybe you give feedback or reports. It's very inspiring, pile 2, and this is why you are so addictive. Okay. I'm also getting, pile 2, that you are spiritually powerful. You are. I mean, whether or not you engage spirituality directly, I'm getting that you may be, even if you're not like directly spiritual, like meditating and going to church, or, having some sort of regimen that you go to, or you maybe like being part of an order or something like this. Maybe it's not that serious, but it could be that maybe you've had to deal with addiction or some type of challenge. You've had to change your habits. Maybe you've transformed yourself. You've undergone a major challenge, like losing a bunch of weight, or dropping an addiction, or changing your life in some type of major way. It has required a lot of inner spiritual fortitude. You've been displaying this, pile 2. And this is why people find you so addictive, is that you are an inspiration point. You are a sight to behold, pile 2, for all the right reasons. Your purity is starting to show. People are starting to see, as you work through certain challenges, the best of you starting to shine through. I feel like, it's like you're being polished, pile 2. You're polishing yourself, and you're starting to shine. And through this challenge, it's almost like I'm getting like a wounded healer, or like a spiritual, like a warrior. Or like a wounded warrior, or like you've undergone some type of major challenge, pile 2, and you have put in heroic efforts to overcome this challenge. And this has caused a certain transmutation or transformation within you that everyone can see. It's inspiring, pile 2. So you may have changed your habits, or you may have discovered the truth about something and are now living according to that truth. The lies of the past have fallen away, and you've now gained a certain wisdom. You've shaken away the inertia, and you're now taking charge of your life in some type of meaningful way. And you are, this could be leading to some spiritual gifts that you're starting to unearth in yourself, pile 2. You may be becoming more telepathic or more intuitive. You may be receiving prophetic dreams. You may be speeding up certain events in your life. Things are going faster and faster for you than normal. And you're making progress at an amazing speed, okay? You're experiencing victory in your undertakings, part 2. This is why you are so addictive. You are victorious right now. And you've come through some challenges in order to get there. You may have been someone who used to be very depressed. And now you have, through, applying certain practices, believing in yourself, changing your habits, you have taken yourself in hand, pile 2, and have transformed yourself into someone maybe who's more joyful, someone who's more spiritually aligned. And this is why people are finding you very addictive right now, pile 2. Wow. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at your tarot cards. Let's begin with that. We have the 2 of Wands. So, pile 2, I see that you may be planning. You may be planning something. You may be making a decision, or perhaps you're thinking about leaving home or taking on some major undertaking, and you're being more careful now. I wouldn't say hesitant, just you're careful about what you have in hand. You may have ended something in your life. It could be maybe you ended an old way of living, or ended a relationship with someone that you were with for a very long time, or you were with long enough that they had a certain maybe negative impact on you, and you just decided it was time to end this relationship and let it go. Or I just feel like you are showing boldness, pile 2. You're showing braveness, and you are making big decisions. And this is why you are addictive, pile 2. Is people are watching you. It's almost like everyone's on bated breath watching, like, what's pile 2 going to do next? What are they going to do next? They've achieved such amazing things. You started something. You may have been assertive and began a certain transformation in your life, and that seed has sprouted now, and you're now at the second stage. And it took a lot of boldness and courage to begin that first stage, to maybe put in check the interference of others who were not looking out for your own good. You've gotten these people out of your life, or you've gotten a certain situation out of your life that wasn't good for you. And now you're at the second stage, which you're thinking, okay, where do I go from here? I need to expand this. I need to be bold. And so people are watching this in you right now. It's like everyone's on pins and needles as you meditate upon or what this next big step is going to be. You're going to expand yourself. You're going to push yourself, and you're going to go beyond these initial stages that you have done. All right. So you're it could be, you're being bold, and you're challenging your fears, and it's a sight to behold. Okay, so this is why people find you so addictive. Okay, there's something you're doing. You're getting ready to expand. You're getting ready to be bold and go into another direction with things. We have the Lovers. You know, I'm also getting the sense of a partnership. Okay, so pile 2, I feel like you are addictive because have made a certain choice. Okay, remember I said you're getting ready to make a choice or make some kind of big decision, and I feel that you have made a choice that you really, really love. Okay, that's why you are so addictive right now. I feel like someone's maybe choosing you because of how addictive you are. That's another thing I see coming through, another message. Someone is choosing you because you are addictive. You may have a mate or a partner in your life that has chosen you because of your addictive qualities, thinking big, wanting to go big, wanting to be bold, wanting to take charge and do more. And instead of staying in your safety comfort zone, you're wanting to expand. And, you know, and that's very appealing, and is a reason why someone or people find you so addictive. Okay, this is what's so addictive about you, is that you're bold and you make good choices. Okay, people find you addictive too because maybe you have someone in your life who is very good looking, someone who's very into you, and your relationship with this person is very strong, and it's like it's a soulmate level relationship. And people find you addictive because of this relationship in your life. That's a story for some of you all. Just take it as it resonates and leave the rest for others. Or you may have chosen a career path that you really, really love. It's like you were born to do this thing. And people find that addictive in you, that you know who you are and you've called it. and this thing chooses you back, and it's not a path you've chosen that you're just struggling and it doesn't want you, or this person doesn't want you. You've chosen something that chooses you back. It's like you are meant for it, and it is meant for you. And that is why you are so addictive. I'm kind of getting like a side message here of some people having some sort of like social media account where maybe it's a vlog, and you and your mate, you have a very strong, powerful magnetic bond between each other, and you vlog your lives together, and it is just so compelling. People find the story of your lives and your vibe, your interactions with each other, your chemistry, and the dynamic between the two of you to be very inspiring and very beautiful to watch. Okay, so if you have like a vlog, or maybe you're popular in your community, or you have lots of friends and family that witness your relationship and comment on your relationship, people find you addictive because of this relationship. Or it could, like I said, it could be a career or something you've chosen that chooses you back. People may also find you addictive, pal, too, and this is just for a few of you, because maybe you left behind a relationship that they thought was the end all and be all for you, but you were bold, you were brave, and you chose to maybe either undertake this relationship and be vulnerable and let this relationship happen, and people find you addictive for that reason. Or you took on this relationship and maybe you decided to end it and decided that that wasn't going to be the end all and be all of your life, and that you have other aspects of your life that you want to experience or develop, maybe a career, and people find you addictive if that's the case as well. Okay, let's move on here. We have 6 of Swords. Okay, so I'm getting pal 2 that for some of y'all, you may have moved on from a relationship that was maybe difficult or challenging, or maybe it was very good, but there was some things about it you realized, you know what, I'm not cut out for this, or this is going to get in the way of my life's journey, my hero's journey. You know, maybe it's back down to the hero's journey we were talking about earlier, where there's something that you need to do, and maybe you feel like this relationship that was great was going to get in the way of it or something like this. Just take it as it resonates, leave the rest for others. I'm also getting, pal 2, that someone finds you addictive because, you know, maybe as you work with this relationship, okay, this soulmate or karmic, or it could be a twin flame or soulmate relationship of yours that you're dealing with here, okay, this dynamic, you're able to, even though it's been tested and you've thought about maybe ending it, you have been able to weather the storms and manage your own internal emotions and keep yourself light of spirit, able to let go of the tensions in this connection and not letting it consume you, or not letting the tensions define the relationship or define this connection that you feel very strongly attracted to. So, you know, it could be a partner of yours find you very addictive because of your ability to let go of difficulties or challenges, which in a sense preserves the relationship. And this makes them, maybe this makes them realize that you are the one, you know, and this is part of why they are addicted to you. Or maybe there's just this pattern where you're able to resolve conflicts and leave behind what is wrong, or maybe there's a pattern where you consider leaving behind the relationship. To be honest, I'm just gonna be straight up with you, Part 2, and this is why this person finds you to be addictive. This could be a relationship that's coming through, or why people find you to be addictive. Okay, so it could go either way. Let's get more information. We have a Page of Pentacles. So Pile 4, someone find what you write to be addictive. Okay, you could be like a really good, talented writer, and you're just maybe starting off in your career, and you're really good at crafting words. Pile 2, you have a lot of ambition. You're very ambitious, Pile 2, and people find you addictive because of this. You are very diligent. You pay attention to details, and you're very careful, Pile 2. Okay, contrary to what you may be experiencing at this time in your life, I need you to know that you are addictive. Someone finds you addictive because you pay attention, Patu. You are careful. You are a studier. Okay, you study what's going on. You may be studying your relationship or maybe you may be going to school, because I'm getting Six of Swords is about higher education in some books that I've read about tarot. And so that's kind of coming through here, especially next to the Page of Pentacles. Perhaps you're going to school right now and you're a student and you're studying. Perhaps you're studying your STEM, your STEM student. Science, technology, engineering, and math. Okay, that's a possibility for some of you. Take it as it resonates and leave the rest for others. But I'm just getting like you may be just a student at a school. You're learning new things right now, and people find maybe you're a perpetual student, and people or someone finds you very addictive because of this. You're always learning. You're always curious. You're always taking in new information, studying the situation, and this helps you overcome negativity. This helps you let go of toxic relationships or let go of limiting situations, and you are addictive because of this, which is very interesting, isn't it? Okay, let's keep it moving here. We have the Queen of Pentacles. Looks like there is a progression here, Patu. You are learning something that's going to make you very wealthy. Or perhaps you have made this progression already in your career. We talked about the hero's journey, right? It's possible. Now just hear me out. Some of you started off in life and maybe you had to make a choice between, do I go on to be a Mrs. or focus on this relationship and let it define me? Or do I focus on school? Maybe I have this, career, big time career I want to pursue, either as a medical professional or as a business owner or some aspiration, maybe a dancing career, because you're hugely talented at something and you have a shot at a major career, either as a dancer or a singer or performer, and maybe you reached a certain point where you realize I can't be a wife or a Mrs. or married or be held down by the constraints of a marriage or a commitment while pursuing this thing. Maybe you left this thing behind, you went off to study, and you have now become a big success, Patu. Okay? That's one story coming through. And this is why you're addictive. Okay? This is why people find you addictive, is because of this arc that you're on. An alternative is that you have overcome a lot of difficulties in a particular relationship or committed situation. And you have paid attention to this connection. And you've learned so much, Patu. You're a keen observer. And you're a good learner. And you've gathered up and researched and put together information that has helped you master this relationship. It was like going to be a really a very trying relationship that maybe made you want to leave it behind. Or maybe a very trying career path or major struggle that you had to deal with. But instead you focused on being a student of that relationship, and now you are the queen of that relationship. You made it comfortable for yourself. The Queen of Pentacles governs the realm of practicality, nurturing, creature comforts, and security. You have mastered this relationship, Pathri, or you've mastered this situation that you're in. It could be a job, it could be a career. You've locked it down, Paltu. And you have figured out how to turn it into a Shangri-La, a paradise. When other people that maybe were not as devoted or as skilled as you or talented as you, it would have gone by the wayside and gotten destroyed or not worked out. You turned around, you mastered your situation by buckling down, learning, researching, practicing until you got it down. Okay. Now this relationship is a beautiful relationship that brings you honor. Okay. Now this job or career is, even though a lot of people may have abandoned it, okay, because it was just too difficult and too crazy. Okay. Picture someone wanting to be a world-class violinist, and it was just so hard, and they went to school and they practiced, and they failed so many times, and they just ended up giving up because it was just like, this, I can't do this, is crazy. Many people would have understood if you walked away, but you were one of those rare few, pile 2, who said, yes, it is incredibly hard. There are tons of challenges. It is insanely non-trivial, but I will persevere. I will be the one who sticks this out. I will be the one who figures this thing out. And you have. This is why you are addictive, pile 2. It's like you have molded yourself into a creature that you're the master, or you're the mistress of a realm that very few can hold that title. Very few can hold that title, pile 2. You are a rarity. And this is why you are so addictive. Okay, let's take a look at your last tarot card. We have the 7 of Pentacles. Oh my gosh, wasn't I talking about... Oh, I didn't say ballerina. I think I said a violinist. But I think I said dancer. A world-class dancer. But I see those ballet flats there. I see the swan. Beautiful card. The 7 of Pentacles. Oh my gosh, look at the scratches on the back. Pile 2, blood, sweat, grit, and tears. Okay? You've undergone a hero's journey here. Very few would have made it through what you went through, pile 2. You went through some major undertaking, and you have come out, you have scratches, you have the scars to show for it. But you are also, you can claim the title at this point in your life, okay? Your investment in the situation, your hard work, your perseverance, your diligence, which also shows up in the Page of Pentacles, is a badge of honor that you wear, pile 2. This is why you are so addictive, or someone finds you so addictive, is that you have scars to show for your investment in the situation, and you have earned your position. You clearly deserve to be queen of your situation, pile 2. And remember, this it's not this could be male or female, okay? It's just about the energy that this represents, which is the King of Pentacles would be the mastery of the energies, and the Queen of Pentacles would be the nurturing of the energies, okay? So we have the mastery and we have the nurturing. You have dominated when it came to nurturing this energy in your life, okay? And doing it beautifully well, pile 2, I must say, beautifully well. You've created a paradise around you as a result of your hard work, and you put in your blood, sweat, and tears. I'm not gonna lie, pile 2, but this is why you are so addictive. You are irreplaceable, pile 2. You're irreplaceable because of who you've worked yourself into, who you've become. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at your oracle cards. We have inner child. Inner child. So, pile 2, you've chosen to honor your inner child. You've chosen to, I feel like something that you have not done is given up on your inner child. Yeah. You have not allowed your inner child to suffer through any of this. You've made sure that part of yourself, that part of yourself, that inner part of yourself that deserves to be seen, that deserves to be nourished, it has not been neglected. In fact, you succeeded when it comes to making sure that your inner child is not neglected, that it's cared for, that it's seen, that it's played with, that its needs are satisfied. Okay, so for example, while you've been dealing with all this major big time career or major big time relationship, you have taken the time to do activities that your inner child wanted to do. Okay. If your inner child, when you were growing up, you thought, I like to do hair, or I like to go to the skating rink. You made sure through whatever you were dealing with, okay, the pressures you were under, to make sure that your inner child was being cared for. Your inner child was not ignored in favor of dealing with this. So you've maintained an amazing sense of balance within yourself, pile 2. You've not neglected yourself for the sake of this relationship or career. You've not neglected your inner self. You've made sure that inner child is seen and heard. And so you're a very healthy individual, pile 2, as a result of all this. Some might say, oh, you lost yourself to this relationship. You lost yourself to this career. You had to sacrifice so much. Not the things that mattered, pile 2. You did not sacrifice the things that mattered. And this is why you are so addictive. And you come across as very balanced, and your energy comes across very wholesome. And this is why you are so addictive. Okay, despite what you've been through. Some of you may have had a child or children, and you have made sure not to neglect your children through this. You have made sure that your child or your children have had an excellent childhood, had your full attention. Don't know how you managed it at pile 2 while doing this big time career or big time relationship that demanded so much from you. I don't know how you did it, but you have been a great parent. Not just, in some of y'all's cases to your inner child, or in some of y'all's cases to your inner child and your own children. So bravo, pile 2. Bravo. Wow. I'm also getting, pile 2, that you take the time to have fun. You take the time to do the lighter side of life. It's not all work and no play for you, pile 2. And this is part of why you're addictive. You're not a killjoy, and you're not a, what they call those people that are just, you're not a dowdy person. Like, you're not someone who's just kind of dusty. No, you're fun, you're hip, you're cool, you go out, you have fun, you live life, you do the fun things. So I'm happy for you in that regard. And this is part of why you're so addictive. You didn't get lost. You didn't lose yourself, pile 2, during all this. And you stayed in touch with your fun side. We have Nephthys, number 35. So Nephthys is an Egyptian goddess, okay? And she is a goddess of mourning, okay? Mourning, not the morning time of the day, but mourning like grieving, okay? Protection and the night. She's the sister of Isis, too. She's Isis's sister. She protects the dead in the afterlife. And Isis is the ancient Egyptian goddess of magic, motherhood, fertility, healing. That's the one we're really familiar with. Feminine energies like motherhood, fertility, healing, magic. Okay, and that's who her sister was. But she's a keeper, the keeper of the realm of darkness. So pile 2, you've gone through a lot. I'm not gonna lie, you've gone through a lot. You've hurt, you grieved things, you lost things even. Okay, you may have lost a major relationship in your life. You had to grieve it. Or you may have had a lot of difficulties in a relationship in your life, and you've had to grieve a lot. Keep in mind that Nephthys is the goddess of she protects the dead in the afterlife, okay? The deceased. When I hear the deceased, I'm hearing parts of yourself that had to die. So it's a very interesting balance, because you nurtured your inner child and kept that part of you alive. But there were parts of you that had to die, pile 2. Okay? You killed off certain aspects of yourself in favor of this relationship, or perhaps you killed off this relationship. It was a major relationship for you, or career. But I am getting, though, that maybe you didn't. I'm leaning towards that you didn't, that you persevered. This is the hero's journey after all, pile 2. Okay? And I'm getting that there were parts of yourself you had to kill off, you had to sacrifice. And I get the feeling that these were parts of yourself that were very important to you, but they were not parts of yourself that were good for your personal development or good for your spirit. Okay? So you kept the parts of yourself that honored your inner child, and you let parts of yourself that maybe were part of you from when you were young and growing up, but no longer served and only brought troubles to you or your relationship. You've grown a lot, pile 2. You've undergone a lot of personal transformation. This is part of why you're so addictive. You've grown yourself up. You've gone from the mini version, the childhood version, to the adult version, truly. There's a lot of people walking around that look like adults, but they're still a kid. They never grew up, right? In some meaningful ways. Maybe in some ways they did, but you know what I'm saying, pile 2, okay? And you have done a lot of this shadow work. She governs the realm of the darkness, right? And also of the deceased, and let certain parts of your shadow die. And that is tough work. That is insanely hard. This is what you had to go through to make this career a success, to make this relationship a success. And this is why you are so addicted. We have martyr, light attribute, learning the transcendent nature of service to oneself or a cause. Exactly. You martyred yourself, Paltu. I feel like you had to get to levels of sainthood for whatever this hero's journey you underwent was. You had to undergo a level of, you relinquished, like I said, certain parts of yourself that you loved, but you didn't need, that you identified as being limiting, that you identified as, it's brought me nothing but trouble, so I'm going to lay this down on the altar of my career and kill it off because my career is very important to me. Or I'm going to lay down this aspect of myself that I love, but it's brought me trouble in this relationship or in this career. And I'm not going to indulge in self-pity. I'm going to let this part of myself go and transcend and become an even better version of myself in honor of this cause, in honor of this career, in honor of this major relationship in my life. This is why you are so addictive, Paltu, because you are strong enough to do the work. We have generous. Ooh, wonderful. Paltu, you're a generous person. You give. I don't know what it is you give. You may be very giving of your income. You may share very generously your income with someone else or with others. It says willing to give and share freely with others. Or you may be a very loving person. You go beyond thinking about just yourself. You're always thinking about this other person or other people. You think very highly of the well-being of others. Very important to you, Paltu, because you understand that society as a whole has to thrive, or community as a whole has to thrive, or the family as a whole has to thrive, or the relationship as a whole has to thrive. It can't just be you thriving. If it's just you thriving and you couldn't care less about the other people involved, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. We have to raise each other up. So I feel like you're focused on pouring love on those around you. You've been generous with funds. You've been generous with love. You've been generous with care. You've been generous with nurturing. You've been generous with studying. You don't study just yourself. You study others for the purposes of learning how to better serve yourself and others. Okay? So there's a lot of these are major energies of taking yourself in hand and bringing a better version of yourself to the fore, to handle things, to step up. Next, we're getting serious. Oh my gosh, Paltu. You taking this thing seriously. You don't play, Paltu. You are not a player. That's number one. And you don't play. Okay? You've taken your situation very seriously. Like I said, blood, sweat, and tears. I feel like I'm getting FBI, CIA vibes, Navy SEAL or a surgeon, going through all the years of schooling you need to go through, coming out on the other end and doing doctors across borders and saving lives and, or just doing whatever it took within healthy bounds. I feel like you've been excellent, Paltu, at figuring out where is it okay to kill something off and where is it okay to protect something while you dealt with this major undertaking. You dealt with it in a very balanced way. Kudos to you, Paltu. This is why you are so addictive. Oops, let me get pull two there. Next, we are getting Cardi B, personality. You may like Cardi B. That's just a side note for just a few of you. You might like Cardi B's music, and maybe this is why someone finds you so addictive. Maybe you have this kind of energy. You're very magnetic, and you don't care what others think. You have a big, bold personality, and you do you. Okay? You do you. Because you sacrificed. You sacrificed what you needed to sacrifice. So therefore, when it's time to celebrate you, when it's time to speak your truth, you don't hesitate. You don't hesitate, Paltu, because it comes from a well-rounded, disciplined, well-read, researched, practiced, martyred, generous, ethical, wholesome, deliberate, well thought out perspective. Pile 2. This is why you're so addictive. So when you finally do get loud and crazy, that's addictive too. Because people know where you're coming from, or this person knows the position you're coming from. So it's addictive when you get like this. Pile 2. Because it's not just coming from anyone. It's not just coming from some random loudmouth out there. When you get into this mode where you're loud and proud and you've got your personality showing, it's addictive because of who you are. All right, let's take a look at your next oracle card. We have acceptance. Wow. Pile 2. You're an adult in the true sense of the word. And I'm not saying you're perfect. No one's perfect. Okay, Pile 2, no one. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect. But something I can say about you, Pile 2, based on the energies I'm seeing in these cards or picking up on, is that you have done what it takes to measure up, to deserve where you're at in life right now. Okay? You've accepted the limitations. You've accepted whatever it takes for you to cope. You've accepted, limitations, rules you may have even designed for yourself, or just the limitations of the situation. You've accepted the scary and powerful decisions you've had to make. You've accepted this position in life. Okay. You've accepted the hurt. You've accepted the pain, because you are coming at it from a big perspective, which is, I need to grow up. Okay. I need to bring a bigger, better, badder version of myself to this, for this to work. And I can do it. And I've done it. Okay. This is why you are so addicted. We have the seal, intuition. So Pile 2, you may have, I don't know, just take it as it resonates. You may have blonde hair. It's coming through, kind of picking up on it. You may have blonde hair or dishwater blonde hair. You may also just color your hair blonde, or like have light colors in there. You may wear blonde highlights in your hair, or like reddish, platinum or coppery highlights in your hair. And someone finds you addictive because of this. Okay. They find you addictive, your hair color, or the way you wear your hair, or the style you put on your hair, no matter what it is. It could be curly. Okay. It could be straight. I'm seeing curls though. I'm seeing a lot of curls, but I'm also seeing straight. But someone likes the way you do your hair. Someone is addicted to you because of the way you wear your hair. Okay. They love it. Okay. They can't get enough of it. They don't really see it anywhere else, or the way you do it is unique, and they're, hook, line, and sinker. Okay. So we have Pile 2. We got Circe, alchemy. Pile 2. I keep getting the same message. You are brave. You're brave. You have braved scary, scary, scary things to be where you are at now in life. You have. I feel that you've also, Pile 2, you've dominated your situation in life. You have. You've tamed, and when I say dominated, I mean you've tamed certain powerful energies in your life. It could be, and everything from like that big time career. Okay. I was telling you about that most people would have quit on. You tamed it. You made it yours. Okay. You have your foo. You have a foo about you. You have your ways. Okay. And that you have learned, that you have developed to tame a very powerful energy in your life. It could be a person. Pile 2. It could be that you have a partner who is a very powerful person, but you have tamed this person, Pile 2, to some degree. You have. And now they stay by your side, loyal to you, ready to protect you. They are fierce. They're scary, but they would never hurt you, Pile 2. You dominated the situation. Or it could be a career. And now this career, people look at you and they're like, how did Pile 2 get into that position? And they have no idea. And to them, they're sitting there being intimidated by what it would take for them to get there. And rightfully so, because of what you had to do to get there. It's no joke, Pile 2. This is why you are so addictive. Next, we are getting Oshun of Perpetual Beauty. Inner beauty, self-love, and transformation. Pile 2, you're gorgeous. You are smoking hot. I don't care what you look like, okay? You are perceived this way. And if this is something where you doubted about yourself, please don't doubt it, okay? And I doubt that you would doubt it, okay? Because we don't all have to fit a certain mold and look a certain way to consider ourselves beautiful, okay? We don't have to fit society's ideals. There are lots of beauties out there who do not fit the mainstream looks that are drop dead gorgeous. And you know what I mean, Patu. We've seen those types where they're unearthly. And this could be you, Patu. I feel like you might be an unearthly beauty. You may be very conventionally beautiful or attractive. You may be. Or mainstream attractive. You may also be very non-mainstream, smoking hot, okay? So you may be a Mongolian beauty, okay? And your face, your skin is like porcelain. You may be a blonde bombshell, okay? Looks like Britney Spears or something. You know, Britney Spears at her height, or maybe, you know, like an advanced version of Britney Spears, you know? You may be a stunning African beauty, okay? You are gorgeous, Paltu. This is part of why you are so addicted. And you can look, Paltu, you can look a variety of different ways, okay? We have your consistency. So, Paltu, remember I said you take your life very seriously? You take your career seriously, you take this relationship seriously, or take whatever it is that you're doing very seriously. It could be being a parent very seriously. And your seriousness breeds consistency. Okay, that's what seriousness means, is you're not playing. So therefore, you are very consistent. You live, breathe, eat this thing. And this is why you are so addictive, is because you are quality, Paltu. You are quality. You are better than average, Paltu, for sure. And you are cut above the rest. You are superior. I mean, I'm being honest. I'm straight up honest with you, Paltu. You are superior when it comes to the quality of life that you lead, especially in terms of the level of devotion that you show to the things or the people that are important to you. Okay? When it comes to the devotion that you show to the things that are important to you, you are a cut above the rest, Paltu. Okay? You're not just being like all basic or like whatever, or whatever you got, that's what it is. It's like you have a military style devotion to rising up to the energies in your life and making sure that you stay on top of things when it comes to dominating the energies that you've chosen to keep in your life. Okay, whether it's a very hard career or a very potent and powerful relationship that brings you a lot of positive things but has to be handled very carefully. Whatever it is, Paltu, I feel that you are addictive because you are the one for the job, Paltu. You are the one for the fucking job. Okay? All right, let's move on to your next card. We have ephemeral ears. Paltu, you're a great listener. Right off the bat, you are a great listener. And it could be maybe you didn't used to be a great listener, because I'm getting Cardi B, that rap, fast rapping, loud mouth talking, so maybe you used to be more of a talker, or maybe you have your phases where you do a lot of the talking, but you're also, you know when to shut your mouth and listen. Okay, so this could be something you have improved in yourself. This could be some of that devotional stuff I was talking about. Or it could be that you just have this excellent balance of qualities where you're like, when it's your turn to talk, you have the confidence. You know what to say and you are there. You're there with it. But then when other people are talking, you have developed the wisdom within. You understand that it is very important to listen. And I'm not talking about just close your mouth and be quiet. Actively listen for information, taking notes. Some of you may take notes. This could be at your work or even in your relationship. You could be like when your husband or your wife is talking, you're just taking notes. You're paying attention. You're not just in one ear out the other. You're just there. No, you take these things very seriously. This is why you are addictive. Paltu. I also feel like there's something about your ears. It could be like the jewelry that you wear in your ears, or the way You may have like a really cute shaped ears or something, or you may have like pixie like ears that your person really enjoys looking at or playing with, or thinks that your ears are exquisite or something. Or it could be that you wear like certain types of ear jewelry that really make your ears pop and stand out, and that's why you are addictive, pile 2. Okay, it's because of your ear jewelry, or yeah, something like this, or the way your ears look, or the way your ears are pierced. Okay, interesting. Okay, let's move on to your next oracle card. We have the Preacher. I will be open-minded and kind to others. So, pile 2, you live some high virtues in your life. You live under some high virtues. You have some high morals too when it comes to your code of conduct around others. You are, at the end of the day, you're very kind to people, pile 2. I wouldn't say that you're perfect, but I will say this. What governs your behavior by and large when it comes to others, when it comes to your children, when it comes to your relationship, when it comes to your coworkers, when it comes to maybe your employees, whatever it is that you are kind, you remain open-minded to what you're hearing. You know a lot. You're very wise, pile 2. You've been through a lot. You've learned to, like I said, tame. You've nurtured certain energies. You've tamed certain powerful energies in your life. But I get the feeling that you view yourself as a perpetual student. Remember, I mentioned that, pile 2. You're a perpetual student. You're always listening, okay? Because you understand there is more to learn. It's never ending. And the person who says, well, I know everything there is to know now. I'm seasoned. I'm wise. I know everything. Is very foolish. What about the newer generations? Right? There is a certain wisdom in the newer generations. They see things from a certain perspective that others don't. Right, guys? So you're open to listening to everyone and being willing to sacrifice parts of yourself when you realize that it's outdated, or it doesn't fit, or it's causing problems, or willing to tweak or adjust yourself. You practice what you preach too. Okay? If you preach a certain thing, you practice it. I feel like some of y'all, you may be, you practice what you preach and you preach what you practice. And some people find this very addictive about you. You live a certain type of high caliber life or lifestyle. And then, there are times you maybe, perhaps you're a teacher, or you have a podium, or you have some sort of platform where you communicate with others. Maybe you have a podcast or something like this. And so bits of how you live your life, of how you see life, come out in what it is that you are saying. And people are addicted to you because of the things you say. They really admire and aspire to your level or caliber of being or way of looking at life. And so because you preach what you practice, people are very addicted to listening to you. They're like, man, is this even real? Is pile 2 actually like this? Yes, pile 2 is actually like this. And so pile 2, you make a great leader type too. You make a great leader. You make a great spokesperson. Okay, you may be a poet. You may be a singer. You may be a writer. Maybe you might be a writer, a fledgling writer, or a new writer, a new author. I see a book here. I feel like you may be someone who has something powerful to say. You may have some messages that you are meant to channel in this lifetime. And it comes from this very dedicated, devoted perspective that you have to being a higher caliber being and accepting certain limitations, working within them, working with your shadow and overcoming your shadow. Okay, your lessons are coming from the position of someone who has overcome aspects of their shadow. Do you know how valuable that is, pile 2? This is very hard to do, but you've done it. All right, let's move on, pile 2. This is why you're addictive. Okay, the next card we are getting, Playfulness, the Otter. So, pile 2, what I'm getting for you is that, remember I said you are a very good balance of energies. You know how to have fun. You work hard and you play hard. Remember, I saw that with Cardi B, this woman taking the kid out for ice cream. Now you're floating down a stream, merrily, 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 life is but a dream. I feel like you know how to chillax, pal too. You know how to have fun. You put, you have gone through very high pressure situations in life, and you've come out on top. You've dominated, you've tamed yourself, you've tamed others. But at the end of the day, you know how to relax. You are like, you mastered that too. Pal too, you mastered knowing how to chillax, how to relax. Wow. Next we have love is in the air. You're loving, pal too. And you're very addictive because you know how to, when maybe you're not like this all the time, but you know how to turn it on. You know how to turn on that love. You have that love button. Okay. You know how to just ooze, exude, and pour love onto yourself and others. And it's funny. I see a bunch of hearts. They look like kind of like rose petals. But look, under here, we're seeing hearts coming off of this person, coming off these roses. No coincidence this landing on top, Paltu. It's no coincidence. This is called resonance. Okay. It's meant to be. Okay. You have learned to say, oh my gosh, yes, I've been through some things. Trying things. It's been hard. I've been under a lot of pressure. But even after going through all of that, I still choose to love. I still choose to love people around me. I still choose to love myself. I'm not going to allow what I've been through that has made me want to run away or, this caused me depression or whatever. Just been so heavy. I've had to end things in my life in order to be here. In order to be here, I've had to end things in my life. I'm not going to now shut my heart to others and be cold because, life was tough with me. I'm not going to be addicted to self-pity, right? You're not addicted to self-pity, pal too. You are like, yes, I went through the school of hard knocks and I'm undergoing that. And I'm not going to close my heart to being loving. I'm going to love my child. I'm going to love my inner child. I'm going to love my partner. I'm going to love my career. Even though there have been tough things I've had to deal with, I choose love. And this is why you are so addictive, pal too. Kudos to you. Kudos. Your heart is open like a beautiful flower. We have Libra. You may be a Libra, pal too. This is just extra confirmation if you're a Libra. Oh yeah, Libra. Yeah. So if you chose this pile because you are a Libra, pile 2, you're getting even more confirmation that this is your pile, this is your message. Okay, it's just extra confirmation. It's okay if you're any other sign like Sagittarius, Gemini, or any other sign that if you chose this based on your intuition and it's all lining up, it's all gelling, you're the right pile. This is your message. Okay, but this is just extra confirmation. Now, as far as with the energies of Libra pile 2, what I'm getting is that you may be. You're idealistic. Yeah, you're idealistic. And you can be very charming. You do deliberate a lot though. You kind of go back and forth comparing apples to oranges, this kind of thing. You sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Not elaborate. You go back and forth. And you deliberate. That's what I was looking for. Okay. You deliberate, kind of go back and forth, and you take the time to figure out where the imbalances are, or how to make sure something is equaled out. How to make sure that person A, even though person A is very different from person B, that person A is getting what they need and person B is also getting what they need. There's a balance to be had in that. And I feel like you really try for this, pile 2. And this is why you are so addictive. You really focus on equality. But, for you, it's not this ironclad, well, you needed a hug, so I gave you a hug. So now, giving my hug back. It's not so basic. You recognize that different people need different things. And you need to figure out what that is. What is that right balance? Not just in your situation, but in life. And you're very addictive because of this. You tend to find the right balance in situations, pal 2. You're well read. You study situations. I'm seeing books now twice. You may be a big time reader, Pal 2. Yeah, you're a reader. You like to read books, or you like to study things or do your research. And I feel like this is another reason you are very addictive. Next, we're getting Goddess Ishul. And we have here weaving. She is a revered Mayan goddess, Pile 2. She's a revered Mayan goddess of the moon phases, and fertility, childbirth, and medicine, these nurturing energies, okay? And creative energies as well. So, Pile 2, I'm getting that you might be very creative. I'm seeing some creativity coming through for you, okay? And you are very good at creating, designing things. You may be a mother or father. You may be very creative at your line of work. You may have created some works of art that are still being admired today, or that people have been like, whoa, back up. What did Pile 2 create here? You might be a very good interior design or decorator type of person. You create works of beauty, Pile 2, that people just are blown away by. They love it. And I feel like this is part of why you're so addictive, is you create beauty all around you. There's no coincidence that Goddess Ishul is on top of the Queen of Pentacles. Okay, she creates, the Queen of Pentacles create creature comforts and things of beauty for the people around her to enjoy. Okay, I'm getting luxury vibes. I'm getting works of art vibes. Pile 2, you're very refined, and you are a quality person. You may be a patron of the arts, and this is why you are so addictive. You may be an artist yourself, and maybe people are addicted to the artworks that you create. And finally, we're getting number 17, your ancestry. Oh my gosh, getting a lot of pageantry here. These beautiful headpieces. We got this band, we got this headpiece here, we got these beautiful hair decoration items. So some of that's coming through, and we got a flower in the hair here. We got a little tiara on the head. Pile 2, I'm getting that you may like to sometimes wear decorative items on your head or in your hair, and someone finds this very addictive in you, Pile 2. Okay, you may wear a headband or something, and you'll wear things in your hair, these hair pieces or decorative pieces, and it does you very nicely, Pile 2. If you are that person, okay, if you do this, know that there are people who find you addictive because you're always putting something nice in your hair. Okay, it's possible that you wear a lot of jewelry, perhaps on your face, or your around your neck, your ears, or on your nose, or your eyebrows, or you have accessories on your person that you like to wear, and it looks really good on you, and others think so, and they find you very addictive because of this. They like the kind of jewelry that you wear, that you pair together. So I feel that that you're very addictive because of the way you accessorize yourself, Pile 2. I'm also getting, Pile 2, that you honor your ancestry. Yeah, you're a great respecter of your roots. And I feel like a lot of this moxie, a lot of this grit that you show is a gift from your ancestors. You come from a long line of very powerful and persevering people. People who have done great, grand things. Some that you've heard of, some that you hadn't heard of, that have made an impact on history. So whether they were noted or not noted doesn't take away from the fact, Pile 2, that your ancestors were great. You inherited these amazing qualities from your ancestors. You didn't just fall out of the sky. You came from a tree. You're a fruit that came from a tree. Okay, and that tree had encoded in it all this the genetic goodness that you are built from. Okay? So you are living out the legacy of your ancestors, pile 2. And you honor your ancestors, pile 2. And this is part of why you are so addictive, is that you are carrying on actually a long legacy of something very hallowed. You've been, your family line has been expressing this type of energy for a very long time. They don't give up, pile 2. Where you come from, they do not give up. And this is why you are so addictive, is because you are an expression of your heritage. And you do very well and living out this energy for others to see. It's a joy, pile 2. I feel like you really are a gift in this world, and that's all thanks to your lineage, your ancestry, your heritage. And that's what I'm seeing in the cards for you at this time, pile 2. If you've enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. If you found it resonant, give it a thumbs up. I look forward to seeing what you have to say in the comment section. Okay, I'd love to chat with you. It was a real privilege doing this reading for you. Take care of yourself, okay? And I'll catch up with you at the next one. Bye! Welcome to your reading, pile 3. What is so addictive about you, pile 3? We're gonna find out today. Let's move your 3 over there. You chose this, the Van Huyning's Cockle. Dinocardium robustum is the scientific name. Seashell. Beautiful. Or you may have chosen Leo, Capricorn, or Aries. Okay, you may have chosen one of these, or maybe you didn't. Or maybe you just came to this pile based on the backing, using your intuition only, which is just as valid. Follow your intuition, that's what I always say. Learn to trust your intuition, you can build on that. So let me just go ahead and do a vibe reading here for you, pile 3. You are addictive, pile 3, because of the fact that you make a lot of people happy. I feel like you also cultivate the energies of happiness within yourself. You may be one of those people who make it a point, who make it your business to be happy. You know that song, Don't Worry, Be Happy. Do, do, do. It's like, I feel like you're happy for the sake of happiness. It's important to you, okay? And this is something that makes you very addictive. You may smile or laugh a lot, or maybe you crack jokes, you try to make people laugh, you try to make people happy. And this is why you are so addictive, pile 3. I'm also getting, pile 3, that you know a lot of things, actually. You know a lot. You may try to come across like you don't, or maybe some people think that, or mistake you for someone who doesn't know a lot, but in reality, you're probably one of the most knowledgeable people in any given room that you enter, okay? You know a lot. And you know a lot not just because of what you've studied or what you've pursued or researched or found out about. You know a lot because you may be psychic, pile 3. You may be very spiritually powerful, and as a result, you have your third eye may be open, actually. Your third eye may be open, so you're able to see into situations, see into things, and get your information that way. So you are knowledgeable because of that. You're able to perceive hidden knowledge. And I think this really impresses people. I'm not gonna lie, pile 3. You might be a psychic, actually, just straight up. But yeah, like me. But I'm just getting like you impress people with this. And this is why they're so addicted to you, okay? You are very addictive because of your ability to gain foreknowledge or be able to ascertain or understand what's happening in any given situation before you're even privy to some of the details, okay? You might be also really good at like pattern recognition, pile 3. Like you're one of those people where you're like, you put 2 and 2 together and you're like, before anyone said anything, you're like, well, I've seen this before. I've seen this, I've seen that, I've seen this, I've done this. And you hold those patterns in your mind. So when you see it again, you're able to sort of quickly suss what's happening in any given situation. So it could just be that you're really observant, not just with your own eyes, but also with your third eye. And this is why you are so addictive. I'm getting like peace vibes from you. Tranquility, peace. You're big on this, Pile 3. You cultivate peace within yourself. You cultivate happiness. And, you know, I feel like you cultivate an inner peace that radiates outward and infects others. Okay, you're very loving. And your relationships really seriously benefit from this in you. You see the truth readily. And you're very understanding. This is why you are addictive, Pile 3. Let's take a look at your tarot card. We have the Hierophant. Okay. So, Pile 3. You may follow a certain tradition. You may be a teacher. You may teach certain things. You may follow a certain religion or some type of spiritual path. And this is why you're so addictive. I feel like that maybe you may have students who come to you who like what it is you have to say or like what it is that you teach them. And this is why they find you to be addictive. They want to like get all this knowledge from you or get these teachings from you or follow your example. They really look up to you. Okay. So you may be a leader or a teacher of some type. Yeah, you're showing people something. So, you know, this could be, you know, like a class or a podcast, or maybe just a group of people in your community just look up to you and come to you to ask certain things because they feel that you shine the light or you are well versed in something. Could be like fashion, could be spiritual. It could be relationships. It could be, or just knowing how to be a high vibrational, peaceful person. And people will just feel like you've mastered that. And so they come to you for advice, or maybe they want you to teach them how to be like this. That's very interesting, Pile 3. But you're very addictive because of this, okay? You are very addictive because of this. Now, let's take a look at your next tarot card, shall we? We're getting the Magician. Major Arcana. Expressive energies here. Pile 3, I feel like you've accomplished certain things in your life. You have. And that's why people come to learn from you. There's something you've done on a major scale that cannot be denied. And this is why you're so addictive. You're able to manifest certain things for yourself very successfully. Maybe you've shown a lot of willpower at something. Okay, maybe willpower when it comes to, you know, having a great sculpted body. You know, maybe you work out really well and you have a buff body, or you dress really well, or you do your makeup really well, or you style yourself really well. You've just shown mastery at something. Or perhaps you've learned to adapt yourself really well to something. And everyone can see it. And so they come to you for lessons and tips. And this is why people are so addicted to you. You've proven yourself, Pile 3. You've shown that, hey, I can do this thing that maybe a lot of other people want to do. Maybe you've succeeded at the real estate business and people want to know how you did it. Or maybe you are a really good mom, a really good dad, and when people come to your house, everything's in order, and you know how to handle your kids really well, and the proof's in the pudding, and people cannot deny that you're really good at whatever it is that you do. And so therefore you're very addictive because of this. Perhaps you're an entrepreneur, perhaps you're a surgeon, or perhaps you're a chef. You're really good at cooking something. And people are, I mean, you're like world class. It's almost like maybe you went to school for it. Maybe you teach it, actually. You could be a teacher of this thing, like legit, like licensed and everything. Or maybe it just came naturally. But your accomplishments are widely acknowledged and cannot be denied. People can see this. This is why you're so addictive, Pile 3, is because you're able to do something. You're able to get something done. I don't know what it is. Maybe you're really good at, Yeah, something that others are like, oh my gosh, please teach me how to do that. How did you do that? Maybe you know how to change tires on a car. When everybody feels like they gotta call someone a tow truck. You're like, oh, you don't need to do that. You just do this. Maybe you're like a MacGyver type. And maybe you're like, anything that's going on in your life where people are like, anything goes wrong and most people are like calling someone or spending money. You're like, don't spend money. Oh no, don't call anybody. I know exactly how to do that. Let me show you. Like, you're just like an expert or something. Very interesting. But that's why you're addictive, pile 3, okay? Next, we're getting the 7 of Wands. So, pile 3, you've overcome a lot of challenges. You've overcome a lot of roadblocks. You've persevered when all others would have given up on something. So it's not like life has been easy for you, pile 3. That's not what it is, okay? You have, your mettle has been tested. Your resolve has been tested. Remember I said willpower? And you have come out on top in really tough situations. You've taken decisive action, and put yourself in a position of advantage, perhaps over others or over certain difficult situations in your life. And others want to get to where you've gotten. An example is maybe you, and this is just an example. It's just, it's not exactly like this, just, it's just this type of energy, and just try to match it to your situation as it fits, okay? And leave the rest for others. What I'm saying is that, so the example is, for instance, maybe you're the only Indian in your university or at your school, and you've had to, because of the cultural differences, it wasn't just, oh, you need to learn the material. It's, I don't even know what these cultural references are. You had to not only overcome the course material, but learn about the society you're in, and learn all the tips and tricks on how to be just like the others, and learn, you had disadvantages that you had to overcome, pile 3, more so than maybe even other people, and yet you came out on top, and you may have even maybe graduated at the top of your class, even though you had all these things. So not only you had to pay a certain tax, you didn't have the same advantages as others, and you didn't come from the society these other people came from, and you went to a university where they all go to, but yet you mastered it, and you maybe even beat out the rest, even though you don't come from there. You have accomplished some extraordinary things, pile 3, or something extraordinary. And this is why people are addicted to you. They want to know, they have questions for you. They want to know how you did it. They want to, maybe they even learn your secrets so they can knock you off your throne, People are addicted to you in that way, pile 3. We have the 4 of Swords. Yeah, pile 3. You are addictive because you are really good at resting and contemplating. Maybe you're very educated too, okay? You are addictive because it's like you absorb the knowledge you need to absorb, and you know when to take a chill pill. I feel like you're also very addictive because you're not always around for these people. You're not always accessible. You may exile yourself or go on these long retreats where you're not reachable, where you're not accessible. And, this creates more of a demand for you, actually, pile 3. I don't know if you're doing it on purpose, but I feel like because you rest and you take care of yourself and you avoid society and you go within and you retreat, you exile yourself and you're not there for some time, this makes people addicted to you because they're like, where's pile 3? I need to know what pile 3 knows. Pile 3 knows how to do this thing. I need pile 3 to teach me. Where's pile 3? Pile 3 has the secret knowledge, the secret sauce, and I need to know this. Where's pile 3? And you're like, pile 3 is not here. Pile 3 has gone to Bermuda or is staying at home and avoids this place where, they have to be this high performing person. So it's like you avoid some places to get your rest, and this puts you more in demand. And also, you getting your rest is good for you. This is a good tactic, pile 3. You can't just go. You have the wisdom to know that you need peace. You have the wisdom to know that you need periods of retreat where your brain is completely at rest, where you're not processing anything, you're not talking to anyone, you're not dealing with any challenges, you are just resting. And this is why you are so addictive. Next, we have the 5 of coins. Okay. So yeah, pile 3, you're addictive because there are people who want you, who can't have access to you. There are people out there who they are in a state of need because, when you're not around, when you're not accessible, it's like they're lost. Pile 3. They feel hopeless. They're like, oh my gosh, where's pile 3? Where's pile 3? I need pile 3. Without pile 3, I can't get what I need. So you're indispensable, pile 3. You are irreplaceable. Who are you, pile 3? What do you do? Let me know in the comment section. But, I'm getting pile 3 that these people, I think, you have maybe a community of people that look to you for wisdom, for teachings, as an example. And because you need to go do R&R and take care of you, you're not always available. During the times you're resting, it's like you're the ones propping these people up. When you're there, you're the one propping these people up. Your knowledge, everything you know, fills them up. And when you decide to take a sabbatical or go on a vacation, there are people who are like, oh my gosh, I don't have the skills I need. I can't even get a job. I need pile 3 to teach me. Where is pile 3? Or there are people who feel like they're on the outside or feel rejected because you're not there, pile 3. This could be family members. This could be friends. This could be school. This could be your work. Just apply it as it fits your situation. We have number 18, the moon. Pile 3, like I've said, you go through these phases where it's like you're a mystery. You're a mystery, pile 3. You go through these phases where it's like you go incognito. Okay. You're not seen. You're not heard from. You're a mystery. You don't put all your secrets out there, pile 3. And this is why you're so addictive. Okay. People want to know what makes you tick. You might be a celebrity or something like this, or just really popular. And it's funny because you're popular, but those same people, you have maybe either challenged you or you've received public challenges from others. But yet you're able to stand up to all of it. None of their questions, none of their attacks got to you. And because you're still standing, this is what makes you even more addictive. They're like, what? We threw our best shot at pile 3. How come pile 3 is still standing? What the heck? How does pile 3 know what to do and how to stay up there? How come pile 3 knows more than me? Or it could be also that you may have a job or career that others want, pile 3. And they want to know your tips and tricks. They want to know. So I feel like you have this air of mystery about you. People don't fully understand you, pile 3. And also, I feel like you might be like the best in your industry or something like this. And the others who are like your competitors, they want to be like you, but they can't get to you. You're able to get away from them. You're able to escape them. This is why you're so addictive. And if it's not competitors, it's customers. There are customers. Maybe, an example coming to mind is maybe there's this hairstyle that is all the rage right now. And, you're the only one who knows how to do this hairstyle. Okay. In your community. And so you have lots of clients that are like, I need an appointment. When can I see you? And you're like, this is a lot. And so it's a double-edged sword. On one side, you're very in demand. You're hot. You're in demand, and the money just keeps coming, and you're just booked up. But on the flip side, it's overwhelming. It's tiring. You need breaks. And there are people who maybe, it's like a mad rush. It's like a frenzy, that you're having to deal with. And so you are very addictive because of some skill you provide or something you can do, or maybe your competitors want to know your secrets, and the fact that you tend to take breaks and you disappear for a time, you go into hiding. Perhaps you're really good at throwing up illusions. I feel like you might be really good at makeup and making people look extremely beautiful. And so you're in hot demand because of that. So you're able to do some type of magic with looks, hair, makeup, maybe people's bodies, maybe interior decor, maybe flowers. Maybe you have a flower shop and you know how to make these amazing arrangements. I don't know what it is, pile 3. Just apply it to your situation as it fits. But this is why you're so addictive. Let's go ahead and take a look at your oracle cards. We're starting off with inner strength. So pile 3, like I said, it's like you have a lot of work you got to do. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I do see that you do get overwhelmed. I can see someone going, oh my God, look at all the stuff I got to do. I mean, it's like a good problem to have, but sometimes you're tired. Maybe sometimes it's like too much of a good thing. But people are addicted to you, pile 2, because of the skill you have, either at interior decor or decorating. It could be event coordinating. And I see you having to like drink in order to cope with all the demands of your career or something. Okay. We're getting lots of wands, swords. Oh, actually we have wands, swords, and coins. So, I mean, it could be like a hobby or activity that you do. It could be, like some knowledge that you have. It could be something that you sell, something practical that you offer people in exchange for money. But I feel like you have to be strong in dealing with this, pile 3. I see that. And this is why you're so addictive, is you figure out ways to cope. You may drink your glass of wine or Chardonnay to get through the evening and get these things done. You're able to cope. You massage your temples. You take deep breaths. You're addictive, pile 3, because you know how to cope with the pressures of your job or the demands of your position. You know how to cope and get through it and get it done. This is why you are so addictive. Next, we're getting reconnection. So I feel like also, I think you are very addictive, pile 3, because of something that you do for a living. That's coming through as well. Or it could be your spirituality. Okay. Pile 3, I feel like you are very addictive because you, like I said, you take time to yourself, pile 3. You take time to yourself. You understand the value, the power of reconnecting your soul with nature without disturbances from society or disturbances of the stresses of your job or the demands on your skills, abilities. You know how to take that R&R, go off to maybe book like an Airbnb or go off to some treasured spot in the mountains or in the forest. Or maybe it could be even your backyard. You take time to yourself to just sit and commune in nature. It's like it's a double blessing. You need it to recoup. You need it to be the powerhouse that you are. Okay? This is how you create balance in yourself. And when you do so, you are saying, I'm not always available. So this creates your commodity, pile 3. Okay? This creates demand. Okay? You're not always just pouring. And thereby, in what can happen is you can saturate the market with yourself. And that cheapens your value. But if you are good about creating that balance and be like, okay, I've given the best I can. And so you're at the top of the market. You're the top of the food chain. You're really good at something. You're the best even. Okay? And then you have like maybe 3 days out of the week that you work and you put in your all and people are just amazed when you come through. But then 4 days of the week, you're not there. There are people who are going to be so smitten by what you do. They're going to come in on other days and go, where's pile 3? I want more from pile 3. And you're not going to be there because you're busy enjoying the other aspects of your life and being balanced. And at the same time, this creates demand. This creates a hunger for you. This is why you're so addictive, pile 3. And also, you bring back to your work a certain quality, okay, a certain je ne sais quoi of, and it's indefinable, okay, it's unnameable quality. When you come back, you're so refreshed that when you come in, you're able to inform the work or the quality of the work that the things you do, the things you create with your refreshed energy. I mean, you can't put a price on it, pile 3. Even though you do put a price on what it is that you offer, there is something you bring to it that is priceless. That's what I was trying to say. You bring a certain priceless quality to what you do, and it's because you take care of yourself, pile 3. You bring your nurtured soul to this work that you do, and that's the secret sauce. You see, that's the secret sauce. You don't bend over backwards for this thing, okay? And this is why you're so addictive. Next, we're getting companion, light attributes, loyalty, tenacity, and unselfishness, shadow attributes, betrayal by misusing confidences, loss of personal identity. See, you're your own best friend, pile 3. You are your own best friend. You are loyal to your inner self. Okay? You are loyal. And whenever you do show up, okay? Whenever you do show up to do this thing and to be in demand and to be available, you have a certain vibe about you that radiates out towards your customers, towards your students, the public, your competitors, your whoever, your viewers, okay? Your listeners. And you're able to bring something to the table. You're very tenacious, you're very loyal, and you're very generous when you're there. You're like a power hose, okay? They turn it on those limited times you're there, you're a power hose. When you're there, you pour. And people just cannot believe how powerful you are at what you do and how you just gush and pour these things out. Okay? Whatever it is that you do. But then when you reach your third day of work, you switch that power hose off. It's got to come off. You can't just leave it on 6-7 days a week. It's not going to work. But that's why you're able to pour. It's because you are loyal to your self-care. You take care of you. And you don't lose yourself in this thing. Okay? You don't give in to the shadow attributes. Loss of personal identity. You don't get so caught up in this talent, this gift you have, this gift of a business or this fame you have or this accomplishment that you've reached in your career or wherever or whatever it is you're doing where you're at the top of the food chain. You're not looking for this thing to feed your soul. It's not who you are. You get that. It's an aspect of yourself, something you do, but it's not all of you. You know that. And so you're able to, because of this very wise perspective, Pile 3, kudos to you. You're able to create a certain balance in your character. And you're just keeping it real. You're keeping it 100. And this is why you are so addictive, Pile 3, because you bring this beautiful talent, skill, product, whatever it is you do, in a very balanced way. We got adaptable, able to adjust and thrive in different situations. So, Pile 3, I feel like what you do is very challenging. There's something you do, and that's why you have so many. You have challenges to deal with. Okay, and you're very adaptable to these challenges. Remember we talked about that coping skill you have where you take nice long breaks away from things and then you come back consistently. You're tenacious. You always come back, Pile 3. You always come back. Okay? This is something they can depend on. But the trade-off is you're not always there. But I feel like you're very adaptable and you can thrive in harsh conditions. Okay? You can thrive in harsh conditions and it's a wonder to behold. Pile 3. It's a wonder. You are able to thrive even though you're limited in how you can express this thing because you have to take care of yourself and pay attention to other aspects of your life. Okay? You're still able to grow. You're still able to thrive. Your business is still succeeding. Your students are still coming to you. You're not losing out. Okay? This is why you're so addictive, is that you are thriving and you are growing and people can see it. Okay? Let's move on to your next oracle card. Whatever you do, whatever you touch, blossoms. It grows. Okay? And I feel like you are very good at teaching people how to adapt to hard or harsh circumstances. Pile 3. Okay? That's another thing. Perhaps you're a good example of this. Next, we're getting curly hair. There's something to do with your hair, Pile 3. It could be that your hair is curly. Sure. Okay? And I'm getting similar hair here as well. So it could be long. Your hair could be long. Long hair here. Long hair, long hair, long hair, long hair. Long hair, don't care. Long hair. It could be short. Well, Pile 3, there's something you do with your hair. You might do streaks. You might do curls. There's something very captivating and appealing about the way that you style your hair. It could be the way that it frames your face, the way you wear it. You may just wear it down a lot. Or you may wear a bandana or a headband over it, or you may wear it in a top knot, or perhaps it's short. But I keep seeing like a band over your hair, or something to sort of pin it back or hold it in place. if it is short, or I don't know what it is, but there's something about your hair that makes people find you very captivating, pile 3. Okay. And it's because, again, I'm also getting picking up on this vibe, the self-care. You're really big on self-care, pile 3. You're really big on, oh, my Shangri-La time. My time to go do me and go enjoy my life and listen to the birds and hear the waterfall and sit in the spa and get my nails done and do my hair and give my hair scalp treatment or whatever. You are good about this, to the detriment of some people wanting you to show up more. There are people who want you to do more, pile 3. There are people who want you to show up more than you do, either at work or wherever, and you don't do it. You don't do it because you're too busy caring for your beautiful hair, your skin, your psyche, your peace of mind. Maybe also, I feel like you are really good at spending time with your companion, your lover, your mate. You may have someone in your life who you care very much about, and you've told that person, I will never sacrifice time with you to go do this thing to an excess. Never. And this is part of why you are so addictive. Okay. We have MC Light Skill. I rock the party. I rock the party. I remember that song. I don't know if you guys are into rap, but this is like a little bit of old school rap though. Like I think early 2000s. I rock the party. You may be the life of the party, or you may like to party a lot, and people find you very addictive because of this. Anyway, she's a very talented rap artist. At the time, you can see her holding up a calculator. It says 10%. Ho ho ho! Pile 3. You are very addictive. I'm getting a few messages here. You're very addictive because you're by the numbers. You're by the numbers. I think you tell yourself, okay, so I have done this much work. You set the timer. Once you're done with the timer goes off, those days are done. You do not work past those days. You do not do anything else past those days. Or if you have a contract with a client and you told them, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, you get that X, Y, and Z done and nothing more. Nothing more. Okay? I feel like you're very strict on your terms. You're very strict on what it is that you're supposed to be getting. If you're supposed to be getting a 10% cut on whatever it is that maybe you are a middleman, or you're a merchant, or I don't know what it is that you do specifically, pile 3. I wouldn't know. I'm just picking up on the energies. You could tell me down in the comment section if you like. But I feel like when it comes to your cut, pile 3, you don't play. You command a respectable fee, okay? And you stand by those numbers. You don't allow people to come haggle with you. I feel like maybe someone's come at you and been like, pile 3, I know you're really good and everything. And they know you're good. They know you are the best, okay? They may not want to admit it even. But they'll try to be like, can we do 8%? And you're like, look at the wall over there. Read my lips. Read the writing on the wall. It says 10%. I get 10%. That's a very reasonable fee, and that's final. I don't play with that. So you set your price, pile 3, and you don't play with it. If someone feels it's too expensive, well, they don't get to have your products or have your service. They don't. But if they can afford it, well then let's go, right? So pile 3, you stand your ground on what you're worth. You stand your ground on your commission, your profits. You stand your ground on your schedule. The numbers mean a lot to you, and you stand by those numbers. And this is part of why you are so addictive. You don't bend on that. We got growth. So pile 3, I kind of saw growth there too, with the plants shooting out of the rocky outcropping. Okay. You can grow anywhere. You can grow anywhere. Pile 3, you're very adaptable. Here we're getting again growth. Okay. So, pile 3, I feel like you have transformed. You've transformed. Perhaps you help people transform. That's coming through, a message coming through. This is part of why you're so addictive. You help people transform from a moth, from a larvae or pupa or whatever into a beautiful butterfly. And, or you transform situations in their lives. Maybe you help people renovate their homes, or you help people go through a glow up for events or something, and they go from their everyday regular self to looking like they stepped out of a freaking magazine, or like they're a beauty queen. or something. This is what you do. You level up and glow up situations, and this is why you're so addictive. I'm also getting pile 3 that you are growing right now. Your business is growing. You are growing. Your skills are growing. Your ability to handle things is growing. Your ability to do your work well is growing. You're growing on many levels, and this is why you're so addictive. You're not a static creature, pile 3. You are, I feel like because of how well you manage and balance your energies, things are progressing for you. We have the eagle, freedom. Wow. Pile 3, you honor your freedom. I'm telling you, it keeps coming up. You honor the fact that it is a part of you. You're this powerful creature. I'm seeing wings. We got butterfly wings. We got the eagle wings. Pile 3, you are a powerful creature, and you understand that you cannot keep a powerful creature caged for too long. Okay. Perhaps you're fine with going through periods of restriction where you're like, okay, I got to deal with this. I got to be here. I got to be doing this. And you cope and you do what you need to do. But when it's time, you fly. You may set your own schedule. You may be an entrepreneur and set your own schedule. You may be one of those people that you're so good at what you do that your boss one of the things you negotiated coming in was, hey, if you want me, I'm really good, but I need this. I need to be off 3 days a week. And they're like, what? But everyone who works here is off 2 days a week. What makes you so special? Okay. And you're like, I'll let you figure that out. Okay. Those are my terms. Get back to me. If that works for you, let me know. But that's what I'm looking for. And they have honored this, pile 3. I feel like you've gotten people to honor your schedule, to honor the fact that you are powerful and you need to spread your wings and fly regularly. And, because of how powerful you are, you might need more of a break than others. That's possible. I don't know how true that is. Just match it to your situation as best you can and leave the rest for others. Okay. But this is why you're so addictive, is that you take off. Okay. You take off. Pile 3, I'm also getting you're very addictive because there's something about fashion going on here. You may make beautiful dresses. You might be a fashion designer. I know it's very specific. Just take it as it resonates. You might make like custom clothes for people or custom designs for people that cannot be created elsewhere. They're originals. You create original pieces that you don't see anywhere else. I feel like you made like a beautiful dress that looks like the ocean. If you're a fashion designer, you may have made a dress that was inspired by the ocean, or you may have made a dress that was inspired by nature, a beautiful butterfly or something. I mean, like, dang, pile 3, you are a creative genius. Something you do. Okay. Let me know in the comment section if you want to. I'd love to hear about it. We have number 18, Chiron. Okay. Reciprocity. So, pile 3, I feel like this relationship that you have in your life, it's very important to you. You may have a relationship, maybe with a loved one, maybe your mom, maybe a girlfriend or boyfriend, maybe a pet, maybe your children, maybe your partner. I feel like you are very good in making sure that the relationships in your life are well tended, nurtured, and reciprocated with. Okay, I see like backs and forth going on here, and this is part of why you're so addictive. Your partner or the people at home find you addictive because you show up, you are available, you provide something of value. Chiron, it's actually, I think it's Chiron because with the keys, but it's spelled Charon, but I know it's Chiron, but maybe there's variations in the spelling. That's possible. I'm not going to look it up right now, but I'm just getting like, Chiron is the one who carries the dead across the river Styx, right? And towards the underworld. Okay. Hades. Now, pile 3, I feel like the reason you're so addictive is that you know when to let things go. You know when to end the show. Okay. You honor limits. Okay. You honor endings. Yeah, I see the keys dangling here. Like you lock up at night, you lock everything up, and you end the show, you move on. Okay. I feel like you may have access to certain secrets too. Pile 3. I mean, no one can get the dead from one end of River Styx to the other end of River Styx. No one else can do it except for Chiron. You're special, Pile 3. I feel like you're gifted and there's something you can do that nobody else can do. And not because, I'm just saying that, you're so special that nobody could ever figure it out. You're one in a million. You may be. But more importantly, what I'm seeing here, Pile 3, is that there are multitude different types of talents in this world. And there are multitude types of gifts and abilities and products. And heck, there are even gifts and abilities and products that we have not even heard of or seen yet, that are still waiting to be created. So literally there is a plethora and an unlimited multitudes amount of products that we're still waiting to see in this world. Talents we're still waiting to see in this world. And different ways to express certain talents that we haven't even seen yet. And you have become a master of one of these. So you're very unique in that way. You brought something to this world, Pile 3, that no one else that isn't seen anywhere else. You do unique things. You do something unique no one else can do. Okay? All right, let's go ahead and move on to your next oracle card. We have Oshun of unwavering love, unconditional love, compassion, and selflessness. So Oshun is a West African goddess. She's one of the Yoruba Orisha, deity of love, beauty, fertility. I think the waters too, the mermaids, Mami Wata. She's a compassionate mother and protector of the poor. She also controls rivers, sensuality, wealth, and people have invoked her to help them with issues of their marriage, pregnancy, and just wanting to succeed in general. Okay, she helps with those types of things. Pile 3, your love is big. Your love is very big. You're very, very loving. Okay, I feel that though we talked about, much like with the river waters, the waters of the river, right? And look, we got here with the ocean. Feels like the ocean to me anyway. The watery waves, okay, and the river there. There's a certain undulating quality, right? There's an ebb and a flow. And what I'm getting, Pile 3, is that though there's an ebb and a flow, you are not flighty, okay? You can be depended on. You can be depended on, Pile 3. The love you show for your career, the love you show for your partner, the love you show in your life, okay, for whatever it is that you do, is clear to others. It is clear to see, okay? And I feel like people just know that you will never abandon this thing. People just know that even though you take time off and you go on other aspects of your life, they know you will always come back to it. And I also feel like on the flip side, the people in your life know that you will always be there. You may have to go for some time for work, whatever, but you always come back. But it is in the ebbing, right? The going away that creates the value, partly, okay? Of course, when you're there, they can be like, oh, I've got you now, Pile 3. I've got you now. Now you're here to work, or now you're here to love me, or now you're here to hang out. Now we're here to be together. And now we're here to live our lives together. Now you're here to provide this product. Okay, now you're here to be here for me. Okay, or to do this service. Now you're here. And so that gives you tremendous value. Okay, Pile 3. But I'm also getting that you going away also creates this value. Okay, so that when you show up, people are just so happy to have you there, so happy to see you. They just appreciate having you so much. You're addictive because of this quality in your life. Next, we have persuasive. Okay, your persuasiveness inspires people, is what I'm getting. Okay, I feel like, again, I feel like you don't have to try too hard. You're not a try hard, pile 3. You are not a try hard. You're just really, really good and very remarkable at balancing out your energies. And this adds to how good you are. So, I feel like you're an inspiration point. It says inspires. And you are very persuasive. Perhaps you convince others without trying to be like you or want to be like you because of how you handle it. Okay. Your persuasiveness is innate. That's a very strong possibility because they see how you're glowing, pile 3. They see how your businesses are thriving and you're glowing. And that's a very persuasive evidence for them to look at. Okay. Next, we have dancer's poise. Move with the grace of the wind and the rhythm of the heart. Life's dance awaits. Pile 3, you're graceful as hell. You are so graceful. You're lithe. You may be a great dancer too. Okay. You may have a dancing career, and you're in demand because you're really good at what you do. Maybe one of the best dancers out there. That's a very specific message, I know, but just take it as it resonates. It could just be any career path. Your world-class talent or skill or artist or performer. And the way you move on the stage has people addicted. This is what's so addictive about you. The way you move your limbs, the way you move your body, your natural gracefulness, the poise and skill that you have cultivated through practice, or your natural talent. Of course, you can be talented, but you still have to practice. This practiced grace, makes you very addictive. Okay. I also feel that you may be a great dancer, and this makes you very addictive. All right. You may be a great dancer. Period. Like you dance well. Maybe at the club or at home. You practice for fun. You also know how to dance with life. Pile 3, I feel like, when you show up at work, it feels like even if there's 7 things coming at you, there's a grace at which you manage yourself. A certain grace with which you comport yourself that allows you to handle and manage these different challenges with aplomb. Okay. I feel like it's one of those, an example is one of those people you see them working in the shipyard or at the maybe, you've seen these people where maybe they're stalkers and they just throw things and it just lands gracefully and they carry the next one, throw things, and they do it without hurting their backs. And, they're just so practiced and so skilled and they get so much done. They're so valuable at this stalking skill. And they are far and away better than the others, maybe that are noobs or others who have lesser techniques than they do. Maybe they've cultivated and they work out and their bodies are very strong, so they come to the job very strong, in good shape. They're premeditated, they're deliberate, they're skilled, they are a genius at their job, and they have this poise and this grace at which they handle their job, which allows them to be very prolific, very productive, very efficient. And this is why you are so addictive. Pile 3. Next, we have the mutant. Pile 3, my beautiful pile 3. You are an oddity and a rarity. You're so rare. You're rare. And the thing you should know, okay, and I think you already know this, actually, is that because you're so rare, you need to take good care of yourself, okay? And we saw that here with the curly hair and the skin and the spa-like vibes where you take off and you go, you go take care of yourself. You go into these spa-like environments and you nurture yourself and you refresh yourself. All right. Here again, we have this mutant taking care of herself. Okay. I will take care of myself. This is why you're so addictive, pile 3. People find you addictive because you come across very posh and refined and well taken care of. There's a difference between you in the energy signature of or the vibe or the presence of people who take good care of themselves and the people who don't give much care to themselves, okay? Who are just, maybe they work themselves ragged or they don't take much time out to really pour into themselves, it shows in the quality of the work. It shows in their vibe, their energy. Okay. And so this is part of why you are unmatched. This is part of why people find you so addictive, is because people can tell in your presence that you have a good balance, that you take good care of yourself. So don't stop doing this, Pile 3, okay? Next we have Wisdom, the Owl. Oops. Pile 3, I feel like you know a lot. You know a lot, Pile 3. You do. And you make people happy, and I get that. You bring a lot of value, okay, to the world. But this comes from inner wisdom that you have cultivated. I feel like there's something you studied. It could be that you have studied the arcane arts. Perhaps you are witchy. Perhaps you're very spiritual and you studied certain spiritual texts and have enriched your mind, enriched your spirit with these teachings and perhaps even practices. So something that's going on behind the scenes, or maybe in front of everyone, I don't know, is that you cultivate yourself in a very sacred manner. You know these old truths that have passed the test of time, that are old as time, okay? And you live by these profound truths and wisdom, okay? And so, Pile 3, you bring this to your job. You bring this to your interactions with others. You bring this to the way you present yourself to others. Okay? There's a certain wisdom in the way you move, and it informs everything you do. And this is why you are so addictive, Pile 3. People may or may not know this about you, but there's this something you bring to this certain je ne sais quoi that you bring to things, and it's all based on self-care and your spiritual practices, or something that you do or study secretly that adds to your internal wisdom, makes you a more full person, a more well-rounded person, a spiritually fortified person. So when you come to this outside world situation, when you're dealing with people and you're dealing with, maybe you're front facing, you're dealing with customers, you're dealing with clients, you're dealing with students, you're dealing with the world, or you're dealing with competitors, you have this going for yourself as well. And so that's like, it's like a secret weapon. Maybe you do this before that reason. I don't know. You probably don't. You're just that kind of person. You're a well considered person. Next, we have, the upside down. I feel like some of you might be entertainers, Pile 3. A few of you might be entertainers in this group. You might be a dancer. You might be you might be like I don't want to say like an adult entertainer. With all due respect, I do not look down on that at all. I'm just saying there might be a few of you here who your profession is to entertain others, and you're really good at what you do. You're very beautiful. You are gorgeous. You're gorgeous, Pile 3. Especially your body. Your body is banging. Your body is toned. It is lithe. It is agile. And your business, if you use your body, perhaps you're a model, okay? Or perhaps you go to parties, or there's something you do. Maybe your beauty is a huge selling point in your job, or in your career, or in whatever it is you do, or to maybe this is what this person that you're with or you're dating finds very valuable about you, is your body. Your body is banging, Pile 3. And I don't mean I'm not talking about like you got to be skinny. You got the right curves, or you're slim, you're lithe, you're toned, your hips are round, your butt is gorgeous, everything looks amazing, Pile 3. But I get the feeling that even though you have these times where you dress more sexily and show off more of your body, and you're like a sex kitten, and you're just, I'm just getting like this very special, sexy vibe off of you, Pile 3. And this is part of why you are so addictive, Pile 3. But I also feel like you go through these moments where, you have phases where you're very proper. Look at this collar that's all the way up to the neck. Look at this gown, these gowns. You go into priestess mode. So it's like you spiritualize it, Pile 3. You spiritualize what it is that you do. You're not just some pretty woman out there, that's it. You do makeup and, you're deep, Pile 3. You're spiritually deep. And this informs everything that you do. Okay, it's almost like you're a nun by day and an adult entertainer by night. Please do not take it literally. Okay, it's just symbolic. There is a part of you that's very, very sensual, and you own your beauty, and you put out your beauty or your handsomeness or whatever in a certain very sexually appealing way, I must say. Yeah, there's some of that going on, but at the same time, you know how to switch that off and go. It's not even about switching it off. You just flip into different modes because that's who you are. Okay. You're spiritual and you're sensual. We have home. This is why you're so addictive, Pile 3. Someone finds you to be very addictive because you're spiritual and you're sensual. We have home. Pile 3, you value your home life. You may be a mother, or you nurture something very carefully. You nurture something or someone very carefully. You may be a very good auntie or uncle. You babysit for people. You help out. Okay. And you can be trusted in those circumstances. So you're an excellent nurturer. Wow, Pile 3, you're very well-rounded. You're very addictive because you do well in all these different realms, competitively in the business world, in the business of beauty or sensuality, in the spiritual realms, and when it comes to taking care of yourself, when it comes to business, when it comes to the home life and helping to take care of the young ones. You're a very well-balanced character, Pile 3. I'm getting maternal vibes as well. Like even if you're not a mother, you have those skills innately, or you would make a very good mother if you ever chose to go that way, or when you're ready. We got mountain presence. So you got a lot of gravitas, Pile 3. You have a lot of gravitas. When people step into your presence, Pile 3, there's just something about you. It just profundity. You have this quality of being able to show great insight and wisdom. You're very intellectually deep. You can see the books. Since if anyone encounters you in any of these different spheres, I feel like anyone with a head on their shoulders, or anyone with a brain or eyes to see, can see that there's something different about you, Pile 3. Okay? So in the realm of sensuality, you may quote Rumi or something, or the things you quote in order to seduce are going to be very high level, well-read things. Or if you are a business person, then you have a certain wisdom by which you handle your clients that they can't find anywhere else. Or you have a certain wisdom that you bring to your approach in the business world, where everybody's doing something a certain way. You do it a different way because you're operating from a place of ancient wisdom. Okay? You're not doing the conventional thing. I've learned certain things and I'm going to apply it here in the business world. It may seem unconventional to you, but it works. That's what you're doing, Pile 3. So this is what's so addictive about you, is you bring something different to the table, something very meaningful. People can feel your aura. They can feel your presence. When they step into your presence, they can be like, oh my gosh, this person is so much more than a business owner. This person is so much more than a sensual person. This person is so much more than a dancer. This person is so much more than a designer or teacher. There's something more to Pile 3. And it just comes off of you in waves. And lastly, we have number 27, feast or famine. Look at all that. Beautiful apples. So Pile 3, people find you addictive because when times are lean, you provide plenty. Okay? You provide plenty. But remember, I talked about this undulating quality that you have. The ebb and the flow. You're there for 3 days, you're gone for 4 days. You're not always available. But when you show up, remember I talked about you are like a power hose, okay? So when it rains, it pours with you, Pile 3. It pours. You pour. But when you're gone, you're gone, okay? And I feel like you're dependable, though. You show up when you're supposed to show up, but it feels like, I can see the pouring with the rainbow, and I'm seeing this big basket, all these, apples coming out. I feel like when you show up, you have so much to give. You're so generous. You pour. But when you are gone, people feel your absence, pile 3. People feel it. People are craving you, pile 3. I'm not gonna lie. People are like, they go through days where they're like, oh my gosh, I wish pile 3. I want to see pile 3 again. I want to hear from pile 3. I want something more from pile 3. Will pile 3 show up today? No, pile 3 is not going to show up today because this is pile 3's off day. Okay, pile 3 has to go reconnect with nature, her soul, the spirit. So when she comes back, she can pour, or he can pour. Okay. And I feel like that's what this feast or famine is all about, is that, you know, when you show up, you come correct. You are everything. But when you are, done and you need to go away and go do other things, people feel the emptiness, pile 3. They crave you. They feel empty. They're like, oh no, pile 3's gone. So you got a lot of dependence, pile 3. That's what I'm getting. People are depending on you for something. There's something you do that you have customers that are like, they're so happy when you show up. When you're gone, they get depressed. They depend on you. You got some addicts, and I talked about, what is so addictive about you. You got some addicts, truly, depending on you. Or you got helpless people depending on you. Maybe you help in a charity, and you help deal with the homeless or people who have no food. And when you show up and you are active in your charity, your community, but you can't do it every day. That's another example. But when you show up, you have baskets and boxes of food. And people are like, oh my gosh, pile 3. And amazing stuff, healthy stuff that's good for their soul, good for their spirit. But you're not always there every day. And so when you're not there, maybe some people will show up and like, is pile 3 here? And they're like, I want some of that good stuff that they had. And they're like, oh no, pile 3 is not here today. And they're not going to be here until Friday. And this is visible. Like, you can just feel the energy fall. You can see the energy fall in these people's faces when they realize you're not there and you're not going to be there for a little bit. And that's what I'm seeing the cards for you, pile 3, as to why are you so addictive. I hope this resonated for you. I hope you enjoyed it. If it did, please give it a thumbs up. Let me know what you thought in the comment section. I'd love to hear from you there. It was a pleasure doing your reading, pile 3. Take good care of yourself, and I'll catch up with you at the next one. Bye! Welcome to your reading, pile 4. So what makes you so addictive, right? What is addictive? What is so addictive about you? What's addictive about you? All right, let's see what the energies in your reading have to say today. You may have chosen this beautiful conch-like shell called the Angaria Delphinula. Okay, beautiful. And this is your shell, or maybe you didn't choose it. You may or may not have chosen Cancer sign, Virgo, or Aquarius. Okay, smooth that over. And okay, let me just go ahead and do a vibe check here and do like a reading on your vibe real quick. Okay, so you may be the type of person that it's possible that you help resolve arguments. Maybe when I'm getting into someone's angry. Okay, maybe when people are angry or someone's arguing, you're good at helping sort of de-escalate and help regulate certain situations and bring it down. That's possible. Okay, this could be why you're so addictive. I'm also getting pile 3 that maybe someone thinks you're very addictive, or maybe people find you to be addictive because maybe you have a platform, or you have the type of personality where you maybe like to debate things. Perhaps you like to debate politics or debate the virtues of certain health plans over other health plans, or diet plans over other diet plans, or maybe you just like to debate over certain things with people. Maybe you're a really good debater, and so people find you addictive because of this. That's possible. I feel like, or maybe it's possible that people who like to argue, or people who like to people who like to argue are addicted to you. Or maybe there's someone addicted to arguing with you. Or maybe maybe someone's addicted to arguing with you, or people are addicted to arguing with you, or something like this. Or someone's addicted to arguing with you. That's kind of what I'm getting. Interesting. It's possible that someone's addicted to being angry with you too, you know? Maybe you've known someone for a very long time and they maybe they're not addicted. Maybe that's just what ends up happening a lot. Could be a parental figure. Just apply it to your situation as it fits, okay? And that's just one of the messages coming through right off the bat. I'm getting pile 3 that someone's addicted to you because... Ooh, let me relight your candle here. Okay, so pile 4. Okay, so I'm also getting pile 4 on the flip side that people, you know, you are very addictive. You're addictive because of your morality, okay? You have good virtue, pile 4. I feel like you mean well. I feel like people know that you are very humane and that you're ethical, that maybe that you don't lie, or so even if there's been an argument or a debate, I feel that there's this idea that it's well intentioned, or that you have good intentions. It's not coming from a place of, you know, maybe debating or arguing because there's some malicious intent or something like this. It's very moral. You're very moral and you're very practical too. So I feel like you're very addictive because you care about the practicalities of your situation or of the situation at large. Perhaps you're very supportive of others in that way. Okay, you're very supportive of situations in that way. I think that people find it very calming that you focus on, okay, all right, there are people here. How many chairs do we need? Let me go pick this up. Let me do that. You plan, you set up the logistics of situations. And it's very calming to be around this kind of energy. People feel addicted to you because they know that when you're involved, you're going to take charge of the practical details of a situation. And it doesn't have to be like all on them, or they feel like maybe they can relax because you handle it. You're addictive, pile 4, because of how open-minded you are. You're very open-minded. You think big, okay? You're very welcoming, and you're welcoming of others. You know, I would say you're not very emotional or all about your way of seeing things or your people's way of doing things. You're open-minded. You create space for everyone. You're logical. You have a logical and moralistic approach to things. People are very addicted to you because of this. People also think that you're very sympathetic to their perspective. You're a sympathetic person. All right. You're not one of those closed-minded, I don't know what you're talking about, I can't relate, so I'm not even going to go there. Like, you try to be inclusive, welcoming, and it's all informed by logic, pile 4. You're actually quite intelligent. And so what's going on is that you've thought about things. You're like, well, things work better if we can integrate and create space for each other, right? Because we share this planet. How can we act like, you know, one thing doesn't mix with the other at all, ever? If we can't coexist, then yeah, you are very good, pile 4. That's why people are addicted to you. They're addicted to you because you're supportive of things working well together. And but at the same time, I feel like it's really weird that someone likes to argue with you, or maybe that people, or someone's addicted to arguing with you, or maybe someone's addicted to debating with you or something, which is really interesting energy. I don't know what to do with that. We'll get more information as we look into your tarot cards. All right, so we got the Knight of Pentacles. Oh, it could be that, I'm getting it. What it is, pile 4, is that, people find you very addictive because you're good at calming down arguments. You're good at dissolving arguments and argumentativeness, okay? You're good at resolving them. That's the word I was looking for. You're good at resolving arguments, and you don't allow angry, tense situations to remain. Like I said, you're very supportive. You're very supportive of individuality and morality and being welcoming of every other's perspective, and helping to facilitate everyone working together. So this is why you are addictive. That makes sense. That makes more sense than someone's addicted to debating or arguing with you, Pile 4. My goodness. But yeah, I think you're really good at resolving arguments, and you bring about peace, structure, and you use your logic to resolve arguments. Now, I do think that maybe you might be a really good debater, so this is not a negative thing. This is just maybe you're a good debater. So just take it as it resonates. If this is not you, don't worry about it. It could be for a few people in the group. You might be a good debater. Maybe you meet up with someone, maybe you go to church, and after church, you and your friends go out to go get a local restaurant, and then you'll like to debate about politics, but it's very friendly. Or you like to debate about the state of the world, but it's very congenial, and it's all in good spirits and everything. And you know how to do it well to where it doesn't become an argument, and people around you really appreciate this about you, and they really enjoy your energy in that way, that they can debate with you without it becoming a problem. You can just talk these things out. Wow. Pile 4. Kudos to you. All right, so we're getting the Knight of Pentacles. With the Knight of Pentacles, I see that people are, you are addictive, Pile 4, because you can be depended on to take responsibility for things. You are very efficient in the way that you work, and you're a hard worker. So when you're involved in any project or involved in a certain situation, people feel like they can just breathe a sigh of relief, because it's like, remember I said earlier, before I looked at the cards, I picked up on that you're very practical. You're very practical, and you pay attention to the practicalities of the situation. You're one of the salt of the earth. You're one of the builders. You're one of the ones that make sure that things are working right, things are set up correctly. You go to work on that. You make yourself useful, Pile 4. And so people are addicted to having you around because of this. Wow. We have the 7 of Pentacles. Again, more of this hard work. You work hard for things, Pile 4. Oh my gosh, you're a hard worker. You persevere. You're very diligent. These are similar energies that are coming through here. And you're willing to invest yourself in things, okay? And someone may be very addicted to you because you are an investor. You invest in people, you invest in situations, you invest in a business, and they like this about you, okay? Someone who's really addicted to you, maybe because you show up and you're part of an organization, and maybe because you really believe in that organization, you show up and you put in some work, and that's just your nature. So it's a real asset to have you around, Pile 4. A real asset. Next, we have the Sun, okay? So Pile 4, You may be well known, you may be popular, you may just be full of energy too. That's another one. You're full of vitality, and this is what fuels your hard workingness. Now you can't be hard working if your health isn't good or if you're tired all the time. Okay, so people are addicted to your energy. Okay, they feel warmed by the rays of your sun. Okay, people are addicted to you too. You may be famous or popular. And you're famous or popular because there's something you're very productive at. There's something you do. You keep watering your plants. You keep working on this thing. You're reliable. You're methodical. You're efficient. You can be depended on. And I feel like a lot of people can observe this in you. You may be a public character, or maybe very popular in your community, or maybe you may have a big extended family, and they're all aware of what you do, how useful you are, and so your name is on the lips of everyone, or you may have like a group of, maybe you have like a group that you go to, maybe you're popular at work, or, I don't know what it is, but you are, you may be a celebrity, you may be, for all that, you could be a popular YouTuber, or you could have a very successful podcast. There's something about the fact that you are always there, Pile 4. You're always there. You work hard, and you make sure that these items or whatever it is that you do or you put out show up readily. Okay, it could be also that it could just be you may not be on a public broadcasting type of thing. You could be that you're a really good gardener. or good carpenter or something, or good fashion design person, and your name has spread far and wide, and you're also very hardworking. You're able to like get things done, and people know of you because of the work that you do. Yeah, people are addicted to you because they like watching you, powerful. I feel like people are watching you, powerful. I don't know what it is. Maybe they like watching what it is that you do or something you make. They like watching the way you work. People are addicted to watching you work. That's what I'm seeing as well. Interesting. Okay, we have the 9 of Cups. Oh, you make wishes come true, honey. Pile 4, you make wishes come true. Okay, there are people who are addicted to you because you provide a lot of something that they like. You may be a chef, you may work at a bar, restaurant, or maybe when people come to your house, you're an excellent host or hostess, and people love the food you serve or the things you cook or make, or just how generous of a provider you are of something. Yeah, there's this idea that maybe there's something that people are looking for, and they feel that they get a lot of that thing from you. Pile 4. Okay, you are addictive because you provide a lot of something that people really want. Wow, Pile 4. Let me know what's going on down in the comment section. I would love to chat. We got the Queen of Cups. So Pile 4, people are addicted to your energy because you're loving and you're kind. Okay, you have a lot of compassion for others. You're calming, you're comforting, you may even be intuitive. You're able to anticipate people's needs, and you care about others. You care. The Queen of Cups is the person who, cries if she hears on the television that someone's puppy died or something. She'll sit there and cry about it, even though it's not her puppy. She doesn't know who that person is, but just the fact that it happened, the depths of her empathy and compassion, it knows no bounds. Pile 4, this is who you are. And this is why people are addicted to you. People are addicted to you because you're very compassionate, and also because you're very intuitive. I feel like you might say certain things or do certain things that are tuned to the people around you. And so therefore, people are addicted to you because of this. Okay, they feel like you look out for them, or you say things to them that they really need to hear. We have the Magician. So Pile 4, people are addicted to you because you get something done. You are a master manifester when it comes to making something happen. Okay, you make something happen on a grand scale. Okay, this is major arcana we're talking about here. So again, I'm getting fame, and I'm getting the Magician, which could be an entertainer. You could be an entertainer, Pile 4, and people know a lot about you. Okay, you may be very funny. You may be an actor. You may be a comedian. People are addicted to the content or your works. People are addicted to how funny you could be. It could be as simple as whenever the whole family gathers up, you show up and you entertain the family. You have these acts that you do, and you're like the talent in the family, and you're like the star of the show, Pile 4. And people are just addicted to you and how you make everyone laugh, and how you bring smiles to everyone's faces and make their wishes or their dreams come true. You put a smile on their face. You make sure there's plenty of food or drink to go around or something. You're just like a master entertainer or something. People are addicted to you because of your ability to throw an awesome party too. That's another message coming through, Pile 4. Or people are addicted to you because you're a good host or hostess. People can come to your house, hang out, swim in your pool, drink your drinks, and you have a beautiful garden, and you maybe even hire entertainment or something. People are like, dang, I love hanging out with Pile 4. Pile 4 is what I got. Pile 4 is the GOAT, So yeah, there's just this vibe you've got going. I feel like people feel like they get really happy around you. You really, you're like the ray of sunshine, and you put the smile on people's faces, and you make people feel happy and content. You tell people what they want to hear, or you show people what they want to see, something like this. Yeah, so Pile 4, it could be that you have attained mastery at something. You've attained mastery at your intuition. You've attained mastery at being very good at entertaining or serving others. You've attained mastery at being the one people want to look at, being the one people want to see. Okay, all eyes on me, Power 4, you know. You've mastered something and that people want to see a lot of, okay? And I feel like you produce a lot of this and you do a lot about in relation to this, okay? So let's go ahead and move on to your first oracle card. We have Tidy Up. Tidy Up. So Power 4, people are addicted to you because you keep your place clean. So you know, remember that scenario I spelled out for you a little while ago about people coming to your house and having a party and all this? I feel like people like that you maybe have a clean environment, or that you clean up or have someone clean up after you have thrown this party. It's possible. People also are addicted to you because your home is always like neat and tidy. Okay, they feel like you create order in your life. Okay, and whenever they come to visit you or come to your house is always clean. Your house is always looking good. It's together. It's tidy. Or you're like a neat freak, or you keep your environments clean or something like this. Or you may even have a housekeeper, you know. Power 4, I feel like people are addicted to you because you don't hold on to trash. You may be the opposite of a hoarder. Yeah. You're always getting rid of things. Like your house isn't like junked up, or your space isn't junked up. And you also let go of, like, I feel like I'm getting a spring cleaning vibe also. Power 4, people are addicted. You are very addictive anyway, because you let go of old energies. You don't hold on and on to old energies. You sweep out the old, out with the riffraff, out with the old, out with the, junk, out with the baggage. So you may travel light or come across as very light.
Or maybe you have changed the way you are recently. Maybe you used to be more of a hoarder. Maybe you used to be more messy, and now you are turning the page in your life and cleaning up and neatening up, and people find you addictive because of this. If this is not the case with you, then I'm getting also for you, Power 4, that people find you addictive because you don't hold grudges. You don't hold on to baggage. You let go and you move on.
You are very addictive, Power 4, because you keep up with the trends too. I'm seeing that you keep up with the trends. You keep up with the fashion. You look fashionable. People like looking at you. You seem up to date. You seem fashionable. Okay. We got number 41, honor yourself. Beautiful. Power 4. Wow. People, you're addictive, Power 4, because you stay true to who you are. You're not pretending for no one and nobody. Okay? You're not pretending for nothing. You're pretending for nobody. You are yourself. And who you are is powerful. We got the sun card, and we got the lion, which represents Leo. Okay, and if you're a Leo, this may be a confirmation that this is your pal, if you're watching. Okay, and so if you're any other sign, that's fine too, but this is just confirmation for Leo at this time. We have the sun card, and we have the sun here as well. So Power 4, you shine so brilliantly. You shine so brilliantly, and you honor who you are. And because you honor who you are, you're good at being who you are. Okay, so if you're a hard worker, you've cultivated those energies. You don't pretend to be anything but that. If you have invested, you're investing in something, working on something, you're glowing up, and you're being true to your energies. You're not pretending. This is who you really are. And so it's sustainable, you see. Okay, people are addicted to you because this set of traits or characteristics that you are beautiful, Power 4. To be honest with you, perfectly honest, this is beautiful energy people like looking at, and it just could steady pours from you. And it's because it is real. You're keeping it real, Power 4. This really is you. And so it's sustainable. It's doable. You can do it forever. And it'll never stop. And this is why you are so addictive. You just keep, like we see with the Nine of Cups here, you just keep it coming. You keep it coming. Okay, so we have Damsel. Light attributes. Understanding the nature of healthy romance inspires you to rely on yourself. shadow attributes, waiting for a knight to provide for you, seduction by romantic illusion. Right. So pile 4, I feel like you might be addictive because people think that you might have a man or a relationship and you're well sought after. Maybe you're very beautiful, pile 4, and someone has possibly married you or is engaged to you, or you're highly sought after, pile 4. Okay, men find you addictive because of your beauty, and they're addicted to you because I feel like you're not imbalanced with it. If you're single, you're not an imbalanced single person always looking to date or to fulfill yourself. You're contenting yourself. Well, of course you like to go on dates and with the right person and all this, and so you have very addictive energy in that way, in the sense that people can see that you're very attractive and maybe you're available, but you're not just gonna jump in the bed with anyone or date anybody. Okay, you're picky. You take your time. You're not in a mad rush, and so this creates a certain demand around you. Okay, because you're so attractive, or you're very appealing too. You rely on yourself. You're not looking for a man to come save you or a partner to come save you. You're doing you, and it's very appealing. Pile 4, it's very appealing to others. You are not waiting for a knight to provide for you. You're not caught up in that, old-fashioned story of, I'm waiting for my knight to come save me and marry me and take care of my life details for me. Like, you're the very opposite of that. You do not give in to that, pile 4, and people find you addictive because of this. Next, we have compassionate. We got that before with the Queen of Cups. Wow, pile 4 says showing deep concern for the well-being of others. You're very caring of others. It's something you do. It's possible that your line of work it involves catering to others or tending to others in some type of way. You may be like a bartender, you may be like an event organizer, you may be a chef or cook, you may be an entertainer, you may be a psychic, you may be an investor, or you may be, I don't know what it is, but you tend to others' well-being, and it comes from a place of caring for others. Okay, you may be a mother who takes very good care of their children, and they're addicted to you. About 4, if you're a mom, they're addicted to you because you keep the place clean, you serve good food, you're caring, you're compassionate, you're strong, you're powerful, you're very protective of them, you invest in them. I see the pregnant belly here. You take good care of the baby in utero, and you're an excellent parent, pile 4. You're an excellent parent. This is, your kids are addicted to you because you're an excellent parent and you're caring. Okay. Next, we're getting straight teeth. Ooh, pile 4. People are addicted to your smile. You may have a great smile, actually. Okay. And you have nice, pleasant things to say. And people really like this about you. You're addictive because you smile, you laugh a lot, and you've got beautiful teeth or a beautiful smile. Your teeth don't have to be perfect. I don't think that's what's implied here. I think what's implied is that they're arranged well, or they're complementary. By and large, your teeth are very complementary, or they're arranged well, or they sit well on your face when you smile. Your smile beams for days. I'm getting that from the sun cards here. That your smile is sunshine, and you make people feel so good when you smile. Okay, you warm people's hearts. People love to see you happy. And you exude joy and happiness, and you express it on your face regularly. You have laugh lines, and you don't even care. People are addicted to your smile and addicted to your lips even. I'm kind of hearing that there are men who see your lips and your teeth and think it looks very beautiful. Or there could be a man in your life who's very attracted to your lips and your teeth, your mouth. Wow. That's beautiful. Okay, so pile 4. Next, we're getting Bahamedia, knowledge. Okay, and Bahamedia is I imagine, she's an American hip hop artist in the dance and electronic genre of music, and the quality that's linked with her is knowledge. So I'm getting that so people are really addicted to you because what you are putting out there or manifesting is meaningful and is of help to others. Okay, it's an inspiration point to others, pile 4. You inspire others. Okay, and yeah, you may have manifested becoming someone who you may be into prose. You may be a writer, or you may be an entertainer or a comedian or an actor or something like this. Okay, just take it as it resonates. If it's not you, don't worry about it. Let the others have it. We got recognition. So pile 4, you are recognized, pile 4, for your talents. It's clear. I feel, pile 4, that you may be recognized for what it is that you do already. You may already have like a following, or perhaps even within just your family or your community, people know of you or have seen your talents and are like, oh, there goes pile 4. You know, that's pile 4 does this, pile 4 does that. You know, they're good at this, they're good at that. You know, so you're already recognized for this. I see a wreath around the head, so you may have already had some accomplishments, or you may have maybe gotten some prizes, or, you know, gotten an award or something like this for your talents or skills. Pile 4, I feel that you are recognized for being a clean person, a neat person, a hardworking person, someone who is not just writing on their talents alone. They actually work hard at their talents. Okay. You're recognized for your intuitive powers. You're recognized for your ability to manifest what it is you want into your life. Perhaps you've manifested certain works of art, or manifested certain products or creations of yours. And you are recognized for, you know, your compassion, your empathy for others. And, you know, this is why you're so addictive. Okay, I feel like you're also addictive, pile 4, because of your look. You may have a very unique look. You know, I'm getting like perhaps the way you style your hair. You may have like a very big mane, or like a thick hair, or some sort of like distinctive looking hair. Okay, I don't want to say it's unusual, but it's just very distinctive looking. It's a very distinctive. So some of you may have a fro. I'm getting a fro, or just big thick waves or curls, or even straight hair, but like it looks kind of like a mane, like a lion's mane. You know, I'm kind of seeing that there a little bit. There's a bit of mane quality to your hair, a manish quality that maybe others find to be addictive. We got the turtle, patience. Okay. So, pile 4, people are aware that you are taking your time with something. Okay, you're taking your time with, you know, maybe there's something you're making progress in, something you're investing yourself into, and people are seeing these investments and feel that it's going very well, that it's growing. Something is growing. Perhaps you're pregnant. Maybe people find you addicted right now because there's a baby on the way, and people are fascinated by your pregnancy journey. You know, that's a story for a few of you. I'm also getting, pile 4, that you are on a journey. Okay, you're on a journey, and you are being very patient with it. People are noticing that you're not acting impatient with your situation. It's like you know it's inevitable, and you're just enjoying the ride. And people are enjoying the ride with you. Okay, they are observing your journey or observing your progression in life. And people are addicted to your story, or addicted to watching you grow. We have Kelpie. Number 5, deep. So we have warning. So, pile 4. I feel like there is this quality. I'm getting like yellow hair now, so maybe some of you, either you might be a natural blonde, or maybe a bottle blonde. Doesn't really matter. That might be something people really like about you, or that people find addictive about you. Perhaps you have blonde streaks in your hair. That's a possibility. But I do feel like for a large portion of you, pile 4, you honor your natural hair. I do think you honor your natural hair, your natural hair color. If you're a brunette, you pretty much stay brunette. I don't think you're trying to be blonde, but I feel like maybe if you are blonde, then you may be a natural blonde. Then there's an exception to every rule, right, guys? So there may be a few of you that dye your hair, so ignore it if it's not. But I just do feel that you favor your natural colors in your hair. Pile 4, you may be brunette, and you like to stay brunette, okay? So, pile 4 with warning, what I'm getting is that people are addicted to you because perhaps there's something you say that keeps people safe. Okay, there's something you say that keeps people safe, or some knowledge that you share with others that makes people feel like you are looking out for them. Okay, you're a very useful person. Okay, I'm also getting that you keep people safe. Keep people safe. Maybe you even carry people to safety somehow. I don't know. It's very symbolic, so take it as it resonates. Ooh, let me put that back. Okay, so pile 4, we're getting Oshun's machete. Ooh, radical truth, clarity, and self-awareness. Exactly, I'm kind of getting this vibe, pile 4, like you say the truth, and this helps people. Okay, you say the truth about what you see, about what's going on. And I feel like you tell the brutal truth. You tell the brutal truth, pile 4. And you don't mince words when it comes to telling people what they need to hear so they can be safe. Telling people what they need to hear so they can be protected. Okay, you're looking out for people. They understand that what you're doing is coming from a good place. They understand that this is maybe even part of the role that you play in their lives, and they value you for it. They find you addictive because of it. Okay, next we're getting faithful. Yeah, I feel pile 4, people feel they can rely on your energy. They can rely on your energy. You're reliable. You take responsibility. You're a responsible person, pile 4, and it's your faithfulness that to your situation, or your faithfulness to what you're working on, or your job, or I feel like you might be really good at work also, and people are addicted to you because you're reliable. They're like, oh, where's Old Faithful, or where's pile 4 is always here. I can count on pile 4 to be here today. I know they'll be here. It's like a clock. You're like a clock, pile 4. Okay, you show up and you do what you're supposed to do. So people are addicted to you because you come through for them. Part of why you hear this a lot is that if you want people to be addicted to you, or if you want people to depend on you, then be dependable. If you want people to count you in and view you as reliable, then be a reliable and dependable presence. And I feel like you bring this to the table, pile 4, in some type of way. Interesting. So if you're a parent, that's very true. This is how you're coming across. We have Chin of Chivalry. Your chin, whether pointed, square, or round, is the emblem of your character. It represents your resolve, determination, and inner strength. Exactly. Pile 4, there's things you stand for. There's things you stand for. And you don't flinch from it. You don't flinch from what it is that you stand for. You have unshakable resolve when it comes to expressing certain ideas or living certain ideals in your life. Okay, if you've made a commitment to something, you've decided this is important, you will be doing that thing. You're not a flake, pile 4, and this is why people find you so addictive. If some ideas or if some goals or whatever are really important to you, you're going to come through and keep building on that. Okay, you're going to build on that. You're going to build that out. You can be depended on to do that. Okay, I'm also getting that you look out for others. Okay, I'm getting chivalry is you still care about, you have a religious, moral, or social code. You care about these certain values. Okay, you're not like one of these people who doesn't care. Okay, you're not a sociopath. You're the opposite. You care about making sure people are comfortable. You care about caring about society. Society, you should be cared for. That's your value system, pile 4. And people are addicted to you because you care, pile 4. You're kind, you're compassionate. We got that with the King of Cups. We see compassionate. Now we're getting the chivalry, and all this stuff. Okay.
I'm also getting that people like your side profile of your face. Perhaps you have like a really slim jawline or a cut jaw if you're a guy, or you may have like a really nice chin or side profile to your face. And people are addicted to your look in some ways, especially from the side. Perhaps you have a really nice slim neck or a nice cut jawline, and you just cut a really nice visage, Pal 4, and people find you addictive because of your look. Just take this part as it resonates and leave the rest for others. Thank you.
Pal 4, I'm also getting that people are addicted to your energy because you take good care of yourself. You care about yourself. You love yourself. You're not going around with an empty cup saying, everyone love me, love me, love me. You take really good care of yourself. You love yourself. You soothe yourself. You take care of your environment. You keep your things clean. You maintain your own emotions. But yet you're also there for others. It's incredible, Pal 4. You are very addicted because you balance yourself out. You take good care of yourself. And you care abundantly for others in some type of, you fulfill people in some type of emotional or relationship type of way. You know, it can be based on a relationship or emotions or wishes. You fulfill wishes. You make people happy. You make people smile. People are addicted to the way you make them laugh. I'm also getting like, you might be a comedian. I got that before. And, you know, it could be that the way you make people's wishes come true is that you're very, very busy doing something that people want to see you do. You may be a big gardener. And people really love when they come and they see their garden is tended to. You're very responsible. You show up on the day you said as part of your contract. And so every time they look out, everything looks great all the time because they have a responsible gardener in you, Pal 4. That's just an example, okay? You know, something like this. Okay, next we are getting, as your next oracle card, we have the Gunsmith. Ooh. I am adaptable and will use what I have to face any challenge. Pal 4, you're a force to be reckoned with. Okay? No one mess with you. It's funny because you are very loving, very kind, so it's almost a little jarring to see this card, but what I'm getting from this Pal 4 is that if anyone makes a mistake of thinking that they can bully you, or of thinking that, you know, because you're so kind, you're looking out for society, and you're a server, and you're doing this, and you care about people, and you're compassionate, that maybe they can step on you, because there's some cruel people out there, some stupid people who think that, yes, the people who behave stupidly, I'm gonna say it, who think that because, oh, this person's an empath, Pal 4 is an empath, they're nice, look how they're doing all these nice little things, I'm gonna show them I'm gonna show them a meanie, they're gonna be crying, and lo and behold, you don't cry, okay, Pal 4? In fact, you're loaded up with guns. So you're adaptable, okay? So if someone tests you, you're like, you pull out your gun, you kind of like, you ready your gun, and you're like, I'm sorry, what did you say again? And they're like, whoa, you have a gun? Pal 4, I thought you were just a fun person that cares about society or whatever. Yeah, I'm a fun person who cares about society, but I ain't stupid. I know there's people like you out there who want to threaten me or maybe try to do something funny, and I'm ready for you. You are ready. You're a force to be reckoned with, Pal 4, when it comes to people who try to like step on your toes or push you around or bully you. I feel like, this is all just symbolic, okay? But like, for example, maybe you own a restaurant or you have a friend group or something, and you have this reputation as being so sweet and kind, and everyone comes around like, oh my gosh, Pal 4 is awesome, you ought to go to Pal 4's house, and then someone hears about you and they're jealous of you. They cultivate dark energies and they're jealous of you, and they're like, fine, yeah, I'll go to Pal 4's house, sure. And then they go over there and they start saying stupid things about your house, and you fire back at them. After a while, you're very nice at first, and they keep going, and then you fire back. You have like a ready response, a ready retaliation, and they're like, whoa, Pal 4 is witty with the comebacks, with saying things that can potentially embarrass me too. Okay, so people are shocked to find out, Pal 4, okay, he's a FAFO, right? F around and find out that they find out that if they F around with you, they'll find out. So it's almost like, I'm offering all Pal 4, it's like you're offering all these good energies, and you'd rather not go there. But if someone goes there with you, you're ready. You've practiced. You've done your shooting practice. You know how to handle a gun. You're like practiced. You know what you're doing. You know how to spit those words out to put them in their place, or you know how to work your system very well. You know how to ban people in a way that others don't know how to do, and they're like, I don't know how Pal 4 did it. I know we had some words exchanged, and things were uncomfortable, but now I don't even know where they go anymore. I would like to know where Pal 4 is meeting up with all these people so I can hang out too, but I never get the info. I don't know where they are, blah 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 blah, exactly. So you can blacklist people. You are a force to be reckoned with, Pal 4. So people do not, once they mess with you, they find out. You give them chances at first. I feel like you may give them chances, a few of them or something, but you're quick to identify the ones that are going to be trouble, and you're ready for them. Wow, Pal 4. Whoosh. You got that whip ready. So we got resourcefulness, the raccoon. Yeah, so Pal 4. And people may think also that you may have some kind of disability. It's possible. Okay, and it might not be a literal wheelchair. Okay, it could be maybe you've got a nervous tic, or
you're dyslexic, or
you are limited in some type of way. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't hold you back. It does not hold you back one little bit, Pal 4. In fact, I would say you are more capable than most. Disability included. For example, you might be one of those people that someone might be like, oh, let's go with the wheelchair example that's being shown here. Oh, Pal 4 is in a wheelchair. Oh, what happened? Oh, they can't get around and stuff. Oh, they must need help getting around or something. And people make all these assumptions about you. And then they show up at your house one day. And they're like, wait, Pal 4 is throwing a party. And then they show up and you're like moving around all quick. You got everything. You got everything cooked and ready to go. You keep your house clean. You have connections. You know what you're doing. And they keep thinking, should I help you with something? You're like, no, I'm good. And in fact, you throw a better party than they ever could, even though they are able-bodied and can walk around just fine, because you're a mastermind. You're a mastermind event planner or organizer. Or perhaps you're a genius when it comes to cooking in the kitchen and putting things together. There is something special about you that makes up for your disabilities or your handicaps or whatever limiting factor that you're dealing with, to the point where it's not even an issue. I would say that you're better than average. And can you imagine what you would be like if you didn't have this disability, Pal 4? So you're pretty amazing. Okay, this is why you are addictive. You're addictive because of your resourcefulness. I feel like you're also addictive, Pal 4, because people are like, oh, we're safe around Pal 4. Okay, so they can let their hair down, be vulnerable, have a good time, and it's like you're also the bodyguard. Pal 4, you're cracking me up. Okay, but you're also the bodyguard. You keep people safe. You keep the environment going strong. People don't have to worry, watch their backs and think, oh, we're having a good time. A bully might come through and try to ruin our day or rain on our parade. No, they don't gotta worry about that, Pal 4. You're like, oh no one's gonna be messing with our day. If anyone shows up, they're gonna have to answer to me. And they're like, whoa, okay. Pal 4, I feel like you might dress really nicely. You might have like some really nice accessories or something, like nice rings, nice hair, jewels, and something like this. Like you may have some nice little accessories. I'm seeing something in her hair, I'm seeing something in her hair there as well. These are all different decks, by the way. Something in her hair, rings on the finger, bangles, bracelets. Interesting. Okay, next we got 0 F's given. Oh my gosh. Remember I was just saying a little while ago, FAFO, right? F around and find out. So I feel like there are people who try to rain on your parade. I'm not going to lie, Pal 4. There are people who have showed up and tried to be the dark energies about you. But you walk confidently through, these people. You walk through the valley of the shadow of death. And you fear no evil, Pal 4, because you are protected and you know it. You not only are you very capable on your own, you're like, oh, I'm fine. Let them approach me and see what I'm made of. Let them try to test my mettle and see how I handle them. They'll learn one time, and they'll learn. But you don't worry about it. unless it comes up, and you're not worried because you know that if anything happens, if anyone comes at you, you can handle yourself. Okay, you can handle them. But I'm also getting pile 4 that you're spiritually protected. You are addictive, pile 4, because another thing, I feel like maybe some nefarious characters or like people who like to bully might be a little addicted to you, because there's something very tempting about you, pile 4. You just give off this like almost like a goody two shoes vibe a little bit. Like you're very sweet and fun. You like to like be there for others, and you're there to serve community, and you're a good person, quote unquote, and all this stuff. And you, on paper, you just come across like a goody two shoes, or like a philanthropist, or like you're a do-gooder in the community, or you're like a good Samaritan. And there are some people that like to make trouble. They view you as easy pickings. They like to come around you, but you have shown them, pile 1. There's been a time or two where you've shown what you're made of, and it's like you made it very clear. Let's get more information. Next we have Moon. Okay, Moon. I feel like you made yourself clear, pile 4, and they don't bother you. They like to hang around and kind of check you out. You have some, pile 4, you know what it is? You have some fans that are like low-key haters. You have people around you that they're haters, but they can't help but be drawn to you. They want to be around you. Okay, they like your energy. They're drawn to your energy. It's sick. It's perverse. Okay, they kind of low-key hate on you. They're jealous of you, and they like to maybe try to talk shit about you, but they're afraid to. They just kind of hang about in the shadows. They're afraid to make themselves fully known because of your power, your presence, and your standing in the community. Okay, but they like to kind of hang around, but they're scared to kind of come forward and really do anything, because maybe they've seen you a time or two shut people down, or they've seen that you're ready for them. Okay, that you don't play. So, but it's weird how they can be a low-key hater of yours, but yet want to hang around you. Why don't they just go away? I feel like these people are addicted to your energy. What it is deep down inside, these low-key haters of yours admire your energy, but they're broken individuals. And the best they can do when it comes to being around energies that they also low-key love and find they admire is, hang around it begrudgingly, and they kind of keep their mouths shut. They can't help but be themselves, so they kind of hold that dark part of themselves back and hang around you because, maybe they're about to ascend to your level. They're the dregs. Okay, they're on the outskirts of your sphere. They're begrudgingly observing and learning from you. Most of the people around you get you. They love you. They want that energy. You please them. They're addicted to you. They for all the right reasons, pile 4. And they're ready to bask in the glow of your light. And they love it. But then you got the ones that are on the further outskirts that are like, they like it too, but they just want to hate on you, but they just can't. And this is who they are. They're just bitchy people. Okay. So these types of people also find you addictive, pile 4. Okay. Next we have mystic devotion. Right. We have the Moon. So pile 4, so, more of this, I'm relaxed energy. I don't sweat all this nonsense. You don't sweat the nonsense, pile 4. They will never catch you complaining about the haters, catch you complaining about how you personally are sweating or stressed by people messing with you and all the things you're dealing with. You don't bitch, cry, complain, moan. No. You are well versed about these darker aspects of life, but you don't dwell on it. You focus on the good parts. You focus on pouring out the love and supporting community and being hardworking and doing what it is that you do that people love. And you are, and then aside from that, you're chill. You got a chill vibe. 0 F's given, it says. And look, you're here. You're laying on the crescent moon. Okay. And, the crescent moon is a phase. You go through certain phases where you're resting, restoring, taking care of your body, rejuvenating. And this is why you are so addictive is that you have this laid back, plush, lush, almost bougie. Yeah, I'm getting like a bougie vibe too. Energy. Okay. And you are very devoted to what it is that you do, and you're very spiritual. You have a very spiritually clean vibe, Power 4. Oh my goodness. People sense your vibe and they're like, oh my gosh, Power 4 is cultivating good energy. They're not letting all the negative crap in life hold them back, or even any limitations, all this stuff. So Power 4, kudos to you on that, okay? The last oracle card we're getting is Blind Faith 20. Blind Faith. So pile 2, we got Mystic Devotion, we got Blind Faith. Pile 4 is what I meant to say. You might want to watch pile 2 because I just said it without thinking. So that might be me channeling that you need to watch pile 2, but that's up to you. Follow your intuition as well. We got pile 4 here. And what I'm seeing for you, pile 4, is that people are addicted to you. People find you very addictive because of how you choose to believe in the light. You choose to believe in the light. You lean into the light, Pile 4. You believe in the good in the world, almost blindly. You choose to believe in spiritual energies during a time when a lot of people maybe have lost faith in spiritual and are caught up in the hard realities of material and think this is all there is. And so their worlds are very limited. Even when you're surrounded by that, you bold-facedly lean into the spiritual. You bold-facedly lean into trusting the divinity. Your eyes are blindfolded shut, but you have these, because you've chosen to trust blindly, you sprouted these wings, these angelic wings that people can see. People can see that you have cultivated trust in the spiritual side of things, trust in divinity, trust in the universe. You've cultivated it. You're a child of the universe. Look how you are just chilling with not a care in the world, because you're so built up in that realm, Pile 4. And this is why you are so addictive, is that people can see that there's more to you than just the physical. There's more to you than your limitations. There's more to you than the dark side. You're about your morals. You're about your ethics. You're about your principles. You're about your spirituality. You're about your relationships. You're about your work ethic. Okay? These things matter to you. And you live like that. You live a principled life, Pile 4. And you're a great example for others. And they are very addicted to this in you. Okay? The way you lean into principles, and you lean into the spiritual, and you lean into ethics, you lean into morality, but yet you're not a pushover. And that's what I'm seeing in the cards for you, Pile 4. What a beautiful spread. Thank you so much for bringing your energy to this reading. I enjoy doing this reading for you. If you have enjoyed this as well, and this message is resonated with you, please give it a thumbs up. Let me know what you thought in the comment section. I would love to chat with you. Take good care of yourself, and I'll catch up with you at the next one. Bye!